It's the NFL on EA Sports.
And we'll get a look at the Penguin, Jalen Waddle. Always staying busy, he's your league leader in receiving yards.
It's the Nighthawks and the Bulls on Thursday night.
It is time for football as we welcome you to another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks for having us in, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson, or should I say Dean Olson, because tight end U doesn't happen without you. And we've got a great matchup here. We've got two of the best at your position in the current game right now.
And Mike, when I came into the league, almost 20 years ago, there was a handful of really elite tight ends. But doesn't it just seem, especially over these last couple of years, every single team, at least the ones that make their mark,
we are ready, and so is Brandon Aubrey to kick this one off. And off we go here on a Thursday night. A return now from the 4. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. This crowd ready in anticipation, their offense taking the field for the first time. Led by their quarterback, the 6th overall pick of the 2020 draft, it's Justin Herbert.
it's not often that you can win by multiple scores in the NFL. So you got to imagine they're coming into this week's game with a lot of confidence. They were able to put together a pretty well-rounded performance in all three phases last week. So again, can they build off that? Can they continue to grow as an entire team? Because offense, defense, and solid contribution from their special teams, they showed last week, and going forward, this is going to be a hard team to beat.
Herbert now on first down. That'll be taken in. It's DeMarcus Robinson. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. From the 39, here's a 1st and 10. Kirk is the motion man. On play action now, Herbert sending it deep for Waddle. The ball deflected at least a couple of times, but it'll fall to the ground. It's incomplete. They'll try again here, 2nd and 10. Now Robinson. And he'll drive this one forward down to the 36. Trayvon Merrick up to make the tackle. They need to get to the 29 here, facing 3rd down. From the gun, it's Herbert. He'll try and get there on the ground. And he'll get this forward for positive yardage as he covers up in the end.
And that's a great job defensively here on 3rd down. Not only taking away all the options down the field through the air, but when the quarterback decides to turn into a runner himself, they're able to converge and make the play and keep him short of the 1st down.
Gay's kick is good. And the Nighthawks will take a 3-0 lead.
And that's a good drive right out of the gate. They're able to make some plays, move the ball down the field. I know they didn't get a touchdown, but that is a good positive result.
The return starts from the 5. And he's brought down right at the 25-yard line. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time, led by their quarterback, league MVP in 2019 and 2023, Lamar Jackson.
One thing about this guy that's pretty clear, Mike, is there's not a whole lot that rattles him. He does a good job staying even-keeled. You don't know if he just threw a pick or if he just led his team to a touchdown drive, and that was kind of the case last week. He didn't let it snowball into a bunch of back-breaking mistakes. He just shook it off and kept playing. Now, can he keep that mentality as the rest of the year unfolds? And if he does, he's going to give his team a chance every single week.
Off the play fake, Jackson. Oh, he's going to be bottled up and taken down. They got him.
Looked like a pass protection breakdown. They had 5 offensive linemen and a running back in the backfield. I promise you, somebody was assigned to that linebacker, but he timed the blitz perfectly. He ran through and was able to bring him down for a big sack.
So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. From the gun, Jackson. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. The Bulls going to send the punt team out there. Xavier Gibson, the Week 1 hero back in 2023, deep to return. And that's a nice job of getting to him, making sure that return was not going anywhere. The Nighthawks offense and running back Bijan Robinson headed back onto the field. He's been a machine in the red zone here first couple of months of the season. In fact, leading the NFL in rushing touchdowns. They'll start on the ground with Robinson. And he'll work forward for about 3. It's 2nd down. Play action now. It's Herbert. He'll let one go deep for Kirk. And he will go all the way. Christian Kirk, touchdown Nighthawks. It's his 3rd touchdown on the year. A beautiful combination in the air there. The pass downfield and bringing it the rest of the way into the end zone for the touchdown.
And it's really just a great route, Mike, and then a beautiful throw. The accuracy of the throw is what allowed the receiver not only to secure the catch, but then be able to turn it up and finish the play and find himself in the end zone.
So, after the touchdown, here's Gay to kick this one away. He'll start at the 4. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25. The Bulls offense about ready to get going on their 2nd possession. The deficit is at 10, so an important drive forthcoming. Getting started with 1st and 10. And he'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3.
It's not the big play they were hoping for, but 1st down efficiency, staying ahead of the chains, is what every offense is trying to find, and it brings up a manageable 2nd down.
On the ground, here's Pacheco. And he'll take this to the 35, and that'll move the chains. It's a 1st down.
2nd down at these distances, Mike, you pretty much anticipate a pass, and I think that's what the defense was lined up thinking. In this case, they leave a little too much room on the ground, and the offense is able to pick up a 1st down.
And he'll take this forward for about 3. It's 2nd down. The shotgun, here's Jackson.
And this is where the versatility of the tight end position really starts coming into play. Not only do they have to line up with their hand on the ground, but they can occasionally split out in the slot. And man, they're too fast for linebackers, and a lot of times they're too big for defensive backs.
Third down, 3 to go. Back to throw, Jackson. That's over the middle and taken in. He's got it. And the defense can't come up with a stop there. Gain of 7 and a 1st down. In motion comes Beckham. Play action now. Jackson. He's going to let this one go for Raymond.
So the defense comes out in a cover 2 shell. What that means, Mike, is the 2 safeties are going to split the field in half. One guy has one half, and the other guy has the other. There are abilities to get down the middle of the field, especially if you have speed. But really where you can attack it is they don't have enough guys to defend all of the underneath zones. And if you run the right concepts with the right quarterback, you can pick them apart.
on third down. Jackson. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
You can't fault the quarterback on this one, Mike. He really didn't even have much of an opportunity. By the time he hit the top of his drop and got his eyes downfield, the defense was all over him, and he really had no choice but to just get that ball out of his hand and live to play another snap.
And we will not have a return here. This one angled out of bounds. The Nighthawks offense and receiver Jalen Waddle getting ready to go back to work. And he's been as involved as anyone in the league in the middle part of the season, the NFL leader in receiving yards to this point. The drive will begin here with a run by Robinson. Not much to speak of on that one, maybe a gain of a yard. It's second down.
1 yard gain brings up 2nd and 9.
Out of the gun, here's Herbert. That's caught on the right side by Waddle. And he won't get away. Good open field tackle there to get him down behind the line.
3rd and 11.
Throwing is Herbert on third down. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
This offense has to find a way to be better on 1st and 2nd down, Mike. Living in these 3rd and long situations, must pass, is not a recipe that their offensive coordinator wants to operate in.
To return, it's Shaheed. And he'll be brought down. Short return. And they'll take over there. The Bulls offense ready to take over possession of the football. They'll start out 1st down and 10. That is caught downfield. It's Shaheed. First time he's caught a ball here tonight, and it is good for a 1st down.
This is clinic tape for any young wide receiver out there watching this guy run routes. He has the defender thinking everything is a go ball. Attack him vertically, and then when you get to your route depth, you stick that foot in the ground, you break in, balls on time, results in a nice 1st down pickup.
A very quick throw there, but not on the same page with his target. That's incomplete. And try again. It's 2nd and 10. Now it's Jackson. A throw over the middle. It's Odell. 3rd and 5. Again, it's Jackson. They'll set up the screen to Pacheco. And they'll move this ball way down into the red zone, inside the 20-yard line.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play, and it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest, and that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there.
Ball down to the 16-yard line, and it's 1st and 10. Jackson up top again. He'll swing one out wide to Pacheco. He'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3. 2nd and 7. To the air one more time with Jackson. This one caught at the 4. And he's going to be taken down.
Man, they're just running this 2-minute drill to complete perfection. It is such a point of emphasis of every offense, Mike. These end-of-half scenarios.
And he will take this one across into the end zone. Isaiah Pacheco. Touchdown, Bulls. Good drive. They kept the ball. Greg, they moved it effectively down the field and finished it off on the ground for the touchdown.
So often, Mike, we see teams work on a great drive to get down here close, only to settle for a field goal. But in this case, give them a lot of credit. They put a great drive together, but they're able to capitalize and finish it off with 6.
The extra point by Aubrey is good. And the Bulls are on the board. It's 10-7. Still a little time. Final minute of this first half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Nighthawks offense going to take over here in the final minute of this first half. Herbert now on first down. And he will not get away. Terrific open field tackle. Gets him down behind the line. Last play went the wrong way. It sets up second and long. It's second down and 12. But he can't get away, and he's lost the football. It is picked up by the defense. And he rumbles his way into the end zone. The fumble recovery and the great return for the touchdown. Wow, Greg, never a good time to turn the ball over, but in the final minute of the first half to give up a defensive touchdown. Big mistake for the offense there.
Yeah, and we see so often teams love to go try to steal points before the half. They have this aggressive mindset. They think it gives them a little bit of a momentum gain going into the halftime break. In this case, the aggressiveness backfires. Not only are they unable to score, but they cough it up and the defender takes it all the way back for 6.
They didn't leave much time on the clock to put together a drive here at the end of the first half. And the kickoff's coming their way. Now return coming from the 7. And he's brought down right at the 35-yard line. The Nighthawks offense going to get it one final time in this first half. They trail by 4. Touchdown gives them the lead. Drive begins with 1st and 10. Shotgun now for Herbert. To the right side, and Kirk's got it. And he's close to a first down. It's a gain of 9. Nice pitch and catch on first down. To throw, it's Herbert. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. Throwing, Herbert. That's going to be intercepted. Picked off by Cam Taylor-Britt. And he's going to be brought down. What a turn of events here. He has given his guys 1st and 10 in the red zone. On for the field goal now, it's Brandon Aubrey. This from 34 yards. Aubrey's kick is good. And the Blues will open up a touchdown lead. It's now 17-10.
And that's a really nice boost here before the break. I mean, you work the clock well, you're able to steal some points. The biggest thing is you're able to build a little momentum now going into the locker room at halftime.
1st and 10.
Down and 10 at their own 30-yard line.
Now Herbert. That's caught downfield by Waddle. And he's going to be out of bounds. 0-0 up there on the clock. We have reached the end of the first half.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. We'll get back to you and Greg in just a moment. But first, let's give everybody a look at what's coming up later this weekend around the NFL. Some great games still to come. And I think we highlighted one of the better ones right there, as that promises to be a tight one. Plenty to like about the late afternoon games as well. As you see by the highlight, these guys are in for a battle, taking on what should be a very tough opponent. And then lastly, on Monday Night Football, those fans will be riled up as it'll be a good matchup between their guys and what equates to be a very tough opponent. We got a strong first half out of the running back, Isaiah Pacheco. He wound up finding the end zone on a touchdown run to help give his guys the advantage here at the break. These two teams leaving the tunnel, and we'll head out with them. It's time to send it back over to Mike Tirico and Greg Olsen.
Coach, thanks. This one's still anyone's game. We'll see who can come out with the hot hand in this second half. About to get started. On the return, it is Trey Tucker. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Bulls offense going to have a first crack at it as we begin this third quarter. They lead by a touchdown as this drive begins with 1st and 10. Jackson. That is caught right side by Beckham. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8. They'll come to the line now on 2nd and 2. They'll run it straight ahead with Pacheco. And he'll work his way for about 4 yards. And that's good enough for a first down. Here's Jackson. This one into the hands of Beckham. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down. Here's 2nd and 6. On play action, here's Jackson. That's over the middle to Kittle. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
Not a whole lot complicated about this play, Mike. That was understanding where the holes of the defense were. Remember, in this zone coverage, you got to find green grass. Get past the first down marker, be friendly to the quarterback, and then the ball has to be out on time before those zone defenders can react to the receiver. It's exactly how it played out here. You can draw up all the fancy plays you want, but when the quarterback and the receiver see it through the same set of eyes, it's virtually impossible to stop.
That's complete. He's got OBJ. And they'll move this ball way down into the red zone, inside the 20-yard line.
It's like a textbook, methodical, efficient NFL drive. 4 for 4 throwing the ball, mixing in some run. You're just marching the ball downfield at your will, and they get a fresh set of downs now to see if they can convert this nice drive into some points.
They're at the 17-yard line now for 1st and 10. Now Jackson. It is brought in the end zone. Khalif Raymond. Touchdown, Bulls.
What separates the really good quarterbacks from everybody else in the National Football League, Mike, is not only ability to process, but the ability to process quickly under pressure, and I think that's exactly the case here. He's able to go through his progression, find his target in the end zone, and then deliver that ball on time, accurately, and the result is a touchdown.
Aubrey, good with the extra point. And the Bulls move out to a 24-10 lead. So now, after the touchdown, out is Aubrey to kick this one away. This will be returned from the 6. Now an opening past the 30. And they will finally track him down, but not before he takes this to the other side of midfield.
It's always nice as an offense when you can get a lift from special teams, and that was truly a team effort. I mean, you can see it's great blocking that gave him the initial seam, and he took advantage of it. That was really well done.
The home team's offense, and Justin Herbert getting set for this next drive. And he is in the midst of a sensational season, currently 2nd in the NFL in passing yards. They run over center with Robinson. The hole closes quickly. He'll pick up about 3. They face 2nd down and 7.
Brings up 2nd and 7 at the 38-yard line.
From the gun, it's Herbert. To the outside, he's got Waddle. And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line. Set to go now on 1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 27-yard line.
On play action, now Herbert got his man at the 6. And they're going to be set up now as he's brought down at the 5-yard line. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. It's the tight end Henry in motion. Out of the gun, here's Herbert. That's hauled in at the 2. And he's going to be down close to the goal line. Good job defensively to make sure he did not get to the end zone.
Brings up second and goal. At the 2-yard line.
They'll try to run with Robinson. Looking for that final yard. It's 3rd and goal. They'll try to run with Robinson. And he will not get in. The defense standing their ground, pushing him back, and it sets up 4th and goal.
Brings up 4th and goal.
So these two teams take the long walk to the opposite end of the stadium. We've come to the end of the 3rd quarter. We'll have more Thursday Night Football after this. Field goal would only do so much. They need a touchdown to close the gap. It is 4th down and goal. They'll go. It's Robinson. And he will score. Game on. Bijan Robinson. Touchdown, Nighthawks. Greg, they are pecking away at this one now. Very big touchdown. Gets them right within reach of pulling this comeback off.
Well, Mike, at the very least, they've given themselves a chance, but can they get a stop and get the ball back again for a chance to go down and really make this one interesting?
So, things a little more interesting now. Back to a 1-score game as they kick it away. Very good kickoff. Returnable from the 4. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The Bulls offense ready to get back at it. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. Now Jackson on the move. He'll find his tight end, Kittle, on the right side.
Defense does a nice job here initially using zone coverage to take away the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. Quarterback gets off his first read, sees some openings to the sideline, and him and his receiver are able to connect.
Jackson now on 2nd down. Shaheed with the catch. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Now it's a bootleg with Jackson. His pass taken in by Shaheed. 17 yards as they hook up again and pick up the 1st.
A lot could go wrong anytime you decide to put the ball in the air here late in the 4th quarter as you're trying to run out the clock and protect this lead. But at the same time, I like that they haven't gone super conservative, just handoff right, handoff left, and it just turns into tackling practice. So I like the balance of making the defense defend everything, because right now, possess the ball, protect the ball, and ultimately just run the clock out.
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. Jackson now. They'll set up the screen to Pacheco. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
All right, so there's really 3 areas that a modern NFL running back has to excel at. Number 1, the traditional handoffs. Number 2, you have to be excellent and reliable in pass protection. And maybe bigger than all of them, you have to be at least serviceable out of the backfield in the passing game.
Oh, they got the turnover they needed. It's intercepted. Picked off by Carlton Davis.
When you find yourself in this situation, you're on defense, you're defending your own goal line, you got to take some chances. You've got to try to force a turnover and make a play and get off the field. That's exactly what this defender did. Takes a chance, bets on himself, and comes away with a pick to save them some points.
The home team's offense headed back to take over once more. They trail here by a touchdown as this drive will start with a first down. To throw is Herbert. Open man. That's the tight end, Hunter Henry. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming.
At the 23-yard line.
Now, Herbert. And that one knocked away. It's incomplete. Jalen Waddle, the intended target, and it'll be 3rd down. Fake the handoff. Now Herbert. A throw left side. Going to be intercepted. Picked off by Cam Taylor-Britt. And his offense is going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
And at this point in the game, Mike, we all know one play can be the difference between winning and losing. And now after that poor throw, we'll see. Can they capitalize on this extra possession that they just stole?
The visitors' offense getting those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. They've got the lead, and they'll set forth trying to build on it, and they're going to do that with excellent field position. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. From the gun, Jackson. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. A give here to Pacheco. That one never got started. Too much defensive pressure. They dropped him in the backfield.
You know, at this point, the defense has to sell out and stop the run. You know exactly what the offense is trying to get accomplished by keeping the ball on the ground. But now the question remains, are they willing to take some risk here and put the ball in the air on 3rd down? Or do they play it safe and keep running the clock by keeping the ball on the ground? A rare miss for a quarterback that we've seen really come out on fire throughout this entire contest. I mean, his completion percentage, Mike, is well above league average, and frankly, it's really the biggest reason why they find themselves out in front. And this is what you want. I mean, you clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? They're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
Set to return is Xavier Gibson. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The home team's offense and their quarterback headed out for their next possession. And this defense has really had their way so far, intercepting him twice, forced into a number of bad throws, and generally the D has just made it tough to operate all game long. Here is 1st and 10. Play action now. It's Herbert. Open man is Robinson. And he's going to be taken down, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning. They'll come up now for 2nd down. They'll drop to throw. He'll get this complete over the middle with Kirk. And he's going to get this one out to the 43-yard line. Throwing on 1st down is Herbert. Over the middle, it's taken in by Waddle. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards. And that's going to wind up incomplete. Pressure certainly impacted the quarterback there. Couldn't get his arm all the way through. And it's going to bring up a 3rd down. Now Herbert again. Nowhere to go. He's going to be taken down. Trailing late, they've got to go here. It's 4th down. And that is incomplete. They had their chance. They took it there. Look, they're trailing late. Got to let it fly. This will wind up a turnover on downs. The visitors' offense starting to trot out for this next possession. They are looking at a 3rd straight win here if they can hold on, as they're going to start this drive 1st and 10. In motion comes Beckham. Right away, they'll try a jet sweep. And he finds a little bit of space. He'll take this forward for a gain of 4. Here's a 2nd and 6. Here's a handoff to Pacheco. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more. Here comes 3rd and 6. They'll take a knee as the clock runs under a minute to play.
Makes the score Bulls 30, Nighthawks 17.
So it's not exactly what you're looking for when you set out on a drive, but at the same time, you don't want to come away empty-handed either. So in this case, they'll take those 3 points.
This is 1st and 10.
At their own 30-yard line.
Shotgun now for Herbert. That is incomplete, so the task gets more difficult. Time for maybe 2 plays. That's it. Here's 2nd down. Now Herbert. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense because think, Mike, they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs.
And that final throw here is intercepted. Picked off by Reek Woolen. So it's a win for our visitors. And it is their 3rd consecutive victory. They continue to play great football here in this latest stretch. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olson and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. Good night, everybody.
It's Week 8 of the NFL.
Up next, we'll get a look at Patrick Mahomes. He's fourth in the NFL in passing touchdowns this season.
It's the Huskies and the Aviators.
All that and more coming up next.
Welcome in, everyone, to this presentation of the National Football League on EA Sports. So good to have you with us. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson up here in the booth. And Greg, this is one of those games that a little old school. Maybe if it was in black and white, it would be fitting, right? We had a couple of teams who love to hand it off and see their running backs do it on the ground.
And it's just so cool, and you mentioned it, Mike. Maybe 10, 15 years ago, this would have been the norm on any given weekend, but we're seeing the game trend to more of a passing-style offense. If you want to score points, it mostly comes through the air. So for these two kind of throwback...
Here's the veteran Will Lutz to get us going. And off we go here on EA Sports. Johnson now to return. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. This crowd ready in anticipation, their offense taking the field for the first time. And there is the guy at the top of the game, Patrick Mahomes, their quarterback.
I think the biggest thing that stood out from last week's game was when they went into the game with an initial plan, how quickly were they able to get away from that when they realized it wasn't working? I think they got a lot of unscouted looks, meaning the defense threw a lot of exotic looks at them, blitzes, different fronts and coverages, maybe things they didn't work on all week. So the key this week is understand what is the defense looking to do today and how fast can we make those adjustments if we're not having early success.
Mahomes looking to throw on second down. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on third down. They'll try to run here with Barkley. And he's only going to be able to get back to the line of scrimmage, that's all. 3 plays, no first downs, time for fourth down.
You spend all week developing your opening script. What are you going to do when you get the ball for the first time, Mike? Well, I promise you, it wasn't go 3 and out and punt. But give credit to the defense. Nice job getting off the field here early. Get the ball back to your offense.
On fourth down, here's Logan Cook to punt. Back deep to receive is Calvin Austin. And that is good coverage by the punt team as they meet him and bring him down. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. They're led by their quarterback, the second-round pick out of Kentucky, Will Levis.
Really solid all-around performance last week, Mike, and I think the biggest factor that led to the win is his ability to continue to protect the football. He executed the offense, ran it exactly how they designed all week in practice. Now, it might not have been earth-shattering performance statistically, but they got the win. If he can continue to play that style of ball, it's going to be a tough group to match up with.
Here's 2nd and 3 to go. First carry for Joe Mixon. And he's going to get it. First down, taking this one up past the 40-yard line.
I think this second down call, Mike, they were hoping that at worst, they had themselves set up for a third down and short. But there's no need for third down. He was able to get enough on second, and they get a...
He tried to fit in the slant, and it was intercepted. Picked off by Taron Johnson. And he's going to give his offense a short field to work with as they look for their first points of the game.
Well, we're getting a little test here early, Mike, to see just how easy is this team to rattle. Didn't look like they were able to get through that opening script that they had worked on all week. So I'm going to be curious on this next drive. Do they stick to the plan? Do they pick up where they left off? Or is there a little bit of a reaction, or dare I say panic, to come out and make some adjustments in response to that early interception?
Here's 1st and 10. They send Freiermuth, the tight end, in motion. They'll run it here with Saquon. And he will work his way down inside the 30, a pickup of 6. They'll work now on 2nd and 4.
Number 6 brings up 2nd and 4.
They'll stay on the ground with Barkley. Third and a yard.
That's a gain of 3. It's 3rd and 1.
In motion is Myers. On 3rd and 1, here's Mahomes. There's a short one caught by Freiermuth. A very nice open field tackle there. He could not get free and gains nothing. Brandon McManus and the field goal unit come on. This one from 41 yards out. McManus's kick is good. And the Huskies are out to an early 3-0 lead.
And I think this is going to end up being considered a successful drive, Mike. I think obviously you would have loved to see them come down and convert and score a touchdown. But at the very least, they needed to come away with 3. They were able to do that and take a lead on that field goal.
And a solid run back there. He'll get this out past the 30-yard line. The Aviators offense ready for their second possession. They had the interception on that opening drive. It only led to a field goal, so 3-0 as the offense comes back out 1st and 10. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
They try to work the screen with Mixon. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up 3rd down. Out of the shotgun, Levis. He dives, and what a catch for the 1st down. That's a gain of 18 yards.
You just love to see this effort, especially on 3rd down. You understand, you want to keep this possession alive. You have to do everything in your power sometimes to bail out your quarterback, and it's exactly what he does here, and it brings up a fresh set of downs.
On 1st and 10, here's Levis. The pressure gets there, and down he goes. A sack.
The offense goes from feeling really good about the previous play with a real nice pickup to then on the ensuing play ending up going the complete opposite direction. Really nice job here by the defense immediately getting back on track. And what do the coaches say? Just play the next play, and that's exactly what they did.
Room to maneuver at the 35. And he is going to be out of bounds. A pickup of 21 on that connection. That's enough for a 1st down. On the give, this is Mixon. And he's going to be brought down on what will be the final play in this opening quarter. So just a lone field goal in the 1st quarter of play. 3-0 is our score. And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. Here's a 2nd and 9. From the gun, it's Levis. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. Here's Levis. That'll be taken in by Mixon. That's the 2nd time they connect on this drive. This one good for 13 yards.
And this is what modern-day running back looks like in the NFL. They want to be able to activate these players in the passing game, no different than they do with the tight ends and the wide receivers. When you look out there and you have a mismatch, you have a linebacker or a safety on your running back, he's expected to win, and that's exactly what he did here.
Austin brought in motion. They'll get creative here on the jet sweep. And this defense having nothing of that. They get him down behind the line.
When you come across on a jet sweep, Mike, you're hoping once you get the ball, all you see is green grass and open space. Well, in this case, he had a lot of unhappy defenders waiting for him, and they're able to put him down behind the line. What did he tell us in our production meeting this week, Mike? He takes such great pride in his coverage abilities, and after that play, it's pretty clear why.
On third down, they'll set up to throw. They'll look to set up the screen here. And they were hoping for a little more on that one. Brought down well short of the first. So it'll bring up fourth down. On now, it's Will Lutz to try the field goal. Officially, it's a 36-yard attempt. He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. The Aviators will tie the game at 3 apiece.
And that's really well done here, Mike. I mean, everything's in rhythm. A good snap, a good hold, and a good kick ties this game.
Johnson now to return. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Huskies offense ready to see what they can do. They'll set out in search of a first touchdown in this game. Just a pair of field goals to show. It's 3-3 as they start 1st and 10. They send Freiermuth, the tight end, in motion. On the ground, it's Barkley to start the drive. This defense all over this one. They get him down behind the line. It's a loss of a couple.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on 1st down, but that's exactly the case here.
And that's going to wind up incomplete. Pressure certainly impacted the quarterback there. Couldn't get his arm all the way through, and it's going to bring up a 3rd down. From the shotgun, it's Mahomes. Going for it all. That one is batted away. Incomplete. No separation that time. Tightly defended. It brings up 4th down. Here's Logan Cook now as he's on to punt for the 2nd time. A fair catch. He's going to call it and take it right around his own 30-yard line. The Aviators offense ready to get back to work. They'll work in a tie game here in the 2nd quarter and get started with 1st and 10. He's got the big man, Mo Alley Cox.
There's no more efficient play in the NFL, Mike, than the play-action passing game. You can see here why. You make the defense have to honor both the run and the pass, and he's able to pick up a nice gain to his tight end.
Maybe a couple there. It's 3rd down. Here's Levis. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Here's the quarterback doing everything in his power to extend this play, and none of his guys could get open. You got to see someone separate, work with your quarterback, go into scramble second reaction mode, and it's also give some credit to the back end doing a nice job plastering with their assignment, and he had no choice but to throw it away.
And he'll get forward a few yards on the return. And that's where the offense will take over. The Huskies offense ready to get back at it. They'll see if they can put something together here, beginning with 1st and 10. Here's Mahomes. Brought in by the tight end, Hayden Hurst with the catch. And he'll be taken down as we tick down to the 2-minute warning. 3-3, our score. 2 minutes to go in this 1st half. Greg and I continue in just a moment. Mahomes now to throw on 2nd down. And he'll be brought down after a short pickup, but that is enough for a 1st down. Throwing from the gun. Here's Patrick. Throw across his body is complete. Off the play fake. Mahomes. That is intercepted. Picked off by Zion McCollum. excellent field position as they take over right at midfield.
And this is going to go down as a pick, but it really was the pressure defensively that caused the interception. I mean, he was a little sloppy with his fundamentals, but I think it's as a result of the guy in his face led to that ball kind of sailing, inaccurate throw, and that's just really good team defense.
The Aviators' offense ready to come back out for this next possession. They'll start with great field position right at midfield with a first down. He's got that to the rookie first-round pick, Brian Thomas. They get 12 yards on that pass, and that will be a first down. Here's Levis to throw. Throw on the run is complete, and it'll be taken down at the 25-yard line. Levis to throw it here on first down, and that ball incomplete.
Up until that incompletion, they've done a really nice job on this drive, Mike, picking up fresh sets of downs. And typically, throwing the ball on first down is a great way to do it. But now they find themselves in 2nd and 10. Do you keep it in the air and try to get the first down here? Or is the idea to just make third down manageable and take your chances picking up a key third down?
He'll swing this one out wide to his running back. And he will not quite get to the marker. Good job there defensively. And now, decision time. What are you going to do on fourth down? He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. The Aviators will take a 6-3 lead.
So anytime an offense comes off the field after settling for 3, you always have to take the good with the bad. In order to get down there in field goal range, you had to do something positive to move the ball. But at the same time, how are we going to be able to finish these drives and convert for 6 the next time we get down there?
The Huskies offense going to take over just before the half. This one has been tight so far. A field goal separating the two sides as this drive kicks off with 1st and 10. To the left side, it is caught by Myers. And he'll be brought down, but not before they get this all the way up near midfield. A first down throw for Mahomes. And it's complete to the sideline. Nice job getting both feet down inbounds. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5.
Brings up 2nd and 5.
Out of the gun, here's Mahomes. That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Jalen Ramsey. And his offense is going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
Every once in a while, Mike, you see a quarterback predetermine before the snap where they're going to go with the ball, and I think that was the case here. He told himself, I'm throwing the ball to him no matter what, and it ends up being a costly mistake.
They'll come up 1st and 10 at the 40. Levis to throw. His pass caught. It's Chigokonkwo. And with just 4 seconds left in the first half, a timeout is called.
As a route runner, once you identify zone coverage like they were playing here, the key is find open space and stay in it. He did a nice job here because that was not a big hole. The quarterback had to put a little extra on that one, and they were able to make the completion.
Makes the score Aviators 9, Huskies 3.
Final second now of this first half as this one is away. This one will be taken in the end zone. No run back forthcoming. And the ball coming out to the 30-yard line. And he'll let it go deep for Johnson. That's going to be incomplete. They took a shot on the final play. Prayer not answered. And that is how this first half will come to an end.
All right, Michael, we'll get back to you and Greg in just a little bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California. where you see the final score there. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. These two teams ready for the second half, and so are we. So let's get you back out to Mike Tirico and Greg Olson.
Okay, Coach, thanks a bunch. We'll see which team's adjustment's going to pay dividends here. Likely going to play a big role in who wins this one. On the return, this is Jalen Reagor. A good return as he takes it across the 30. The Aviators offense looking to get back to work as we begin this third quarter. They work with a 6-point advantage as they start this drive on 1st and 10. They'll begin on the ground, and here's Mixon. He'll manage to get 2, maybe 3 on that carry. It was Andre Cisco there to bring him down. 2nd and 7. Now, Levis. That's caught over the middle by Thomas. And they bring him down, but not until he gets the 45-yard line. 1st and 10. Levis to throw. Got a man downfield. It's Thomas. And he will score. Brian Thomas. Touchdown, Aviators. It's his 2nd touchdown of the year. And that is touchdown number 1 in the National Football League career of a guy, Greg, taken high in the draft, hoping for moments like that.
When you get drafted in the 1st round, Mike, let alone as a wide receiver, the expectation in the NFL today is that you need to come in and be an immediate impact player. Plays like this continue to build that relationship with the quarterback, and I think this guy's got a real bright future.
After that incomplete pass, we have a player shaken up. The training staff going to look, and will step out for a moment. So now after the touchdown, Lutz going to send this one away. From the 6, here comes a return. And he'll be brought down right around the 25-yard line. The Huskies offense and Patrick Mahomes coming out for their next drive. And as we take you back through the highlights, there aren't many of them from a quarterbacking perspective. He's been unable to sustain a lot in any of these drives and does not have a touchdown pass to this point. From the 25, they'll go to work. 1st and 10. Now, Mahomes. He's got Myers on the completion. And they're going to mark him down up past the 35. So, from the 36, it is 1st and 10. Patrick to throw. He'll go right back to Myers. That's a nice pickup on a 1st down throw. It's a gain of 8. Here's 2nd and 2. Now, Mahomes. Quick slant into the hands of Wilson.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. But really nice job there by the quarterback, getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the catch. The speed and the get-off by the big interior defensive tackle, Mike, I mean, he got through there so fast, he almost took the handoff himself.
They send Freiermuth, the tight end, in motion. Mahomes looking to throw on 2nd down. And this ball batted away and incomplete. Pat Freiermuth, the intended receiver. And it's going to be third down. From the shotgun, it's Mahomes. That's caught over the middle. It's Wilson. 2 receptions for him on this drive. This one good for 16 yards.
Third downs, Mike, those are quarterback downs. Those are the downs where you tend to find yourself in a must-pass situation, and that's where the top guys in the league are still capable of overcoming it. So throw the ball downfield, be accurate with the ball. Winning on third downs, that is a recipe for success.
Here's a handoff to Barkley running left. And this rough day on the ground continues. They're going to drop him behind the line again.
Every team makes an emphasis on winning first down, but as a defense, when you're able to take them back for a loss, second and long, you can really become more of a pass-centric defense and really tips the scales into your favor.
And he'll be very close to a first down. Won't quite have enough, but now a much more advantageous spot. They'll empty out the backfield, line up for 3rd and 3. Mahomes back. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Huskies will cut into that lead.
And I can tell you firsthand, Mike, when you find yourself trailing in a game, you don't feel very good about coming away with field goals. But in this case, it does get them a little bit closer and cut into this deficit.
And he will only be able to muster the 20-yard line on that return. The visitors' offense and Brian Thomas set to take over yet again. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Here's Mixon. He's fighting to get back to the line of scrimmage, but can't get there. Dropped for the loss of a yard. Lost 1 on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. Out of the shotgun, Levis. Catch made right side by Thomas. And it'll be brought down as we tick towards the end of this 3rd quarter. So, 3 quarters now in the books. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports. The backfield empty here for 3rd and 2. From the gun, it's Levis. He's got his man. It's complete to Thomas.
At this point in the game, Mike, it really starts coming down to the number of possessions. So that's a huge first down conversion. Fresh set of downs. Now, the balance is stay aggressive and maintain the ball, but also start working this clock.
And a good run there. Going to get him 5 yards. Again, they'll give it to Mixon. And nothing on that one. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it. Here now, 3rd and 5. Now Levis. He'll get this into the hands of Austin. A pickup of 14 on that one. That's enough for a first down.
That might end up being the backbreaker right now. This defense desperately needed to get off the field and give their offense a chance to cut into this 2-score lead. But instead, they now got to defend a fresh set of downs. And as you look up at this clock, they might be running out of time.
Levis to throw on 1st and 10.
In a lot of offenses, Mike, these quick passes to the wide receivers really fall under the run category. Of course, they're going to go down as a forward pass, but to a lot of offensive coordinators in the league, it's a lot easier to pick up 1st and 2nd down yardage on these quicks than it is to turn around and hand it off to your running back and count on blocking everybody.
That's to McLaurin. They connect again. And he'll be taken down at the 25-yard line. We'll go 3 tight ends here on 1st and 10.
First down, Aviators.
On the ground, it's Mixon. He'll struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe gets a yard out of that one. It's 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 9.
They'll go right back to Mixon. And he's going to be taken down, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning. You've got to consider this an absolute must-stop defensively. It's 3rd down. They try to work the screen with Mixon. Whistles here and a timeout. Defense going to take this one with 1:51 to go. This drive has been methodical, but will they turn it into 6 points? It is 1st and goal. They show jet sweep and instead run it up the middle. He'll get maybe a yard down to the 4-yard line. Inside the 5, it is 2nd and goal. Again, it'll be Mixon. Let's give him a yard down to the 3-yard line. Now this defense will use a 3rd and final timeout. Talk things over before 3rd down. They'll try and run with Mixon. And he'll just get up inside those big bodies up front. And he's in. Joe Mixon. Touchdown, Aviators. So on 3rd and goal, they run it in. Sometimes, Greg, that's 4-down territory. They didn't need to do it on 4th down. Taking care of it on the 3rd down for the touchdown.
Yeah, and when you find yourself down here this close, Mike, you have to finish these drives off. I'm with you. I think he was going to give his back 2 shots there to punch it in, but he only needed 1. Everything's about matchups, especially down here this close to the goal line. I think my guy's better than your guy. I'm going to put him in a position to have success, throw it up to him, and let him do the rest.
So now after the touchdown, Lutz gonna send this one away. This is fielded inside the 5. And a decent return there. He'll get this up just shy of the 30. The home team's offense getting set to get back to work. The deficit is 17, so they got to start cutting into it soon. See if it starts here. 1st and 10. Off the play fake, here's Mahomes. And for a 3rd time today, he's intercepted. Picked off by Tony Adams.
And that should be the final dagger in this one. I mean, barring something dramatic happening here, Mike, I just don't think there's enough time or possessions left in this game to pull off any sort of comeback.
The visitors' offense and quarterback Will Levis ready for their next possession. And we'll run you through some of the highlights from earlier in this one. There's just the 1 touchdown pass. Doesn't look remarkable if you look at the stat sheet, but watching the game, you see when the throws needed to be made, he has made them. Victory very much in sight now as they'll take a knee.
Delay of game, offense. second down.
Victory formation here as he's down to a knee. So it's a win for our visitors. And that's now 4 victories in a row as they continue to play as well as anyone in the NFL. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. So long, everybody.
Back in September, the Dreadnoughts won a blowout in their first game against the Voyagers. Can Virginia Beach avoid the sweep? Find out next on EA Sports.
At the southern tip of the Chesapeake Bay, EA Sports brings you coverage of the National Football League from Virginia Beach here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Hello again, everyone. Brandon Gaudin, Charles Davis here with you. And Charles, we look at this Virginia Beach team entering this game. They come in feeling good after back-to-back victories. Meanwhile, for Brooklyn, our visitors, we're in October now, so everybody should be coming into form, shouldn't they?
They really should, and what you have now is a full routine established about what you want to get done and full focus on the season.
Lurching closer toward the midway point of this NFL season, and we're underway on EA Sports. And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They will be led out by the Heisman Trophy winner from 2018 from Oklahoma, Baker Mayfield.
And no excitement unless you're on the defensive team of last week in his numbers, because the only excitement he really generated was the one interception he threw.
Yeah, no touchdown passes.
Yeah, and his team wasn't real thrilled about that. And they lost the game. So I know this week has been tough on him because he's been working hard. Fundamentals, footwork, finding the right targets, and bottom line, how do they get a win?
A good start offensively. 15 yards on the game's initial play. One play has him up past the 40 already, and another 1st and 10. Mayfield on play action. That finds the former Jaguar, Calvin Ridley. And he is out of bounds, but not before he's inside the 30. Boy, 30 more yards and another 1st down.
We expected this defense to be tested by this passing game coming into this one, and there's an example on this first possession of the game.
So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. First carry for Nick Chubb. And he is met at the line of scrimmage, and he goes down right there. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. Well, now they're going to come out and take a look at this injury, and we'll be back in a moment. Here's 2nd and 10. They run it again with Chubb. He's able to get 6. A nice pickup down to the 21. Well, this defense very strong in that victory from a week ago.
And the big difference in the ball game, their ability to force turnovers, 3 of them in fact. Being able to take the ball away, give it back to their offense, that's something that's emphasized each and every week, and they carried it out.
And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. It's an 8-yard pickup and leads to a new set of downs. From down at the 12, it's 1st and 10. Mayfield hands it off to Chubb, and he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. One of the best of the last decade or so, Bobby Wagner in to bring him down. A rare misstep on that last play because the drive has been strong, but now it's 2nd and 12. From the gun, Mayfield. A throw left side for Pearsall is complete. Just a gain of a couple there. And that brings up 3rd and a full 10 yards. Now, right where this set of downs started, they need a full 10 here to pick up the 1st down and move the chains. And it's caught. Touchdown. Ricky Pearsall with his first career NFL touchdown. And the Dreadnoughts get the upper hand as they're on the board first here this afternoon. You'd have to imagine for a team that's lost 3 straight games, scoring first in this first quarter has to feel pretty good.
It has to feel great for them, and also it's a nice signal to the rest of the team because we talk about complementary football all the time. So they've now signaled to the defense, now signaled to the kicking game, hey, we're here to play in this one. We're going to do our part. Let's see if you guys will do the exact same, and we can break this losing streak.
Extra point up and through by Myers, and it's now a 7-0 game. And he'll be tackled just shy of the 25. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by a first-round pick in the 2020 draft out of Utah State. This is Jordan Love.
And I thought in last week's game, he found a way to win like a good pitcher without his best stuff. I mean, he did throw 2 interceptions, offset by 1 touchdown pass. Not the ratio, not the numbers you're really looking for as a QB. But finding a way to win, that's all that really matters.
And he's able to plow forward up to about the 29, just shy of the 30. From the 29, here's a 2nd and 5. They give to Achane on the option. And down he goes, but he takes it up to the 40. They picked up 5 yards last time. Now they double it and get 10 here. Love looking to throw it. Outright, he finds Tolbert. So give him 5 yards there on the pitch and catch, and it'll be 2nd down. Now Love. And he can't escape, and down he goes. Eric Wilson From that outside linebacker spot, gets in there. It's a loss of 9.
In every game we talk about what are going to be the keys as we go into it. Maybe that's a key for their defense today. Pressure the quarterback and make sure you play a good zone defense behind them, and they get their first sack of the contest.
So here's a 3rd and 14. Here's Love. They set up the screen. Achane has it. And he'll be taken down, but not before he works it past the 50. Able to convert on 3rd and 14. A terrific play call.
Got to give their offensive coordinator credit there. He got right into the head of the defensive coordinator because right on the heels of the sack on 2nd down, he figured they were going to come at him hard again. And so he went ahead and hit what a brilliant call. Screen pass works well enough. They're able to pick up a 1st down. That's one way to keep that defense at bay.
After 1, 7-0 on EA Sports. Second quarter now, it's our home team with possession, as they've got it with a 2nd down and 2 coming up. Back to the ground, Achane. Not much there, maybe a couple as he's taken down at the 40.
A big part of a middle linebacker's job is being able to take on blocks and then go make plays. But the best ones, they have those big guys in front of them playing defensive line to hold blockers off of them and allow them to flow sideline to sideline and make the big hits.
This defense not budging. Back-to-back carries of just 2 yards.
Sometimes you just sit back and marvel at what he can do defensively. Speed, strength, quickness, he's the whole package. And that package just wrapped up the runner for a loss.
Too long for a field goal, too short to punt. That in-between range, and they'll go for it on 4th down. Throwing. Love looking right side, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Eric Wilson. And his guys are going to get the football at the 37-yard line.
And that's a great example of ball skills right there, partner. You and I do a lot of games, and I can't tell you how many guys look to run with the football before they've intercepted it. So that's a nice job of focusing on the task at hand and coming away with the interception.
The Dreadnoughts offense and the veteran Amari Cooper getting set for their next possession. And as we move deeper into the season, he continues to put up big numbers on a weekly basis. As you see here, he's the NFL's leader in receptions to this point of the year. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. Following the interception, Mayfield. And that is incomplete.
How about this offense already feeling good about themselves with a touchdown already in their first drive? They've certainly come out firing, even though that one was incomplete.
With the 7-0 lead, more apt to take a shot like that downfield?
Hey, you're one to the good. Go ahead and try and pressure advantage.
4 yards the gain, and it'll bring up a 3rd down. They are in need of 6 yards here if they hope to move the chains. Mayfield down. Fights through him. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And they'll work this down to the 40-yard line. Tackled there. 18 yards the gain for number 18. So he turned to a trusted, familiar face in that 3rd down situation. It paid off.
Yeah, you go to your veteran receiver in that spot, so you can't underestimate him when he's on the field defensively. Make sure you know where he is because he understands how to get open in key situations.
Ball on the 35. Here comes 2nd and 5. Up the middle, it's Chubb. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. It's a pickup of 17 and a 1st down. Those are the types of runs they told us they want to see more of. Look, they'd love the 60 to 70-yard runs, but those 10 to 20-yarders, they can help you win a ball game.
And that means everyone's invested because you know the big guys up front, that's what they do. They try and move people. But when you get your perimeter guys involved downfield, that means that they care about the running game and they know it helps their team.
2nd and 10. Mayfield to throw it. Over the middle, Amari Cooper, it's complete. Down he goes at the 10 with a solid pickup of 8. This offense so far on 3rd down, a perfect 3 for 3 as they look to keep that streak going. Here it's 3rd and 2. They'll run for it. And the ball is knocked out. And it looks like one of the DBs has it. A big seam, and he might go all the way. And he's going to bring the fumble back for a touchdown. Backbreaker, that'll drive the coach. The offensive coordinator just crazy. You get it all the way down there in the red zone, can't capitalize. Instead, they go the other way on the fumble return for a touchdown.
How about the aggressiveness of the defense, though? They're not about to just fall on a fumble, are they? Scoop and score is their motto, and they just did it.
On for the extra point, Jake Elliott. It's up and good, and we're tied at 7 here in quarter number 2. The scoop and score, always an exciting play in football, and we witnessed it there, grabbing it off the ground and then rumbling it into the end zone for 6. So all even at 7 now as they kick it away. And not much happening on the return as he'll get this to about the 23. Here's Brooklyn to once again go on offense. And that last possession, really a gut punch. You seemingly had it working. You were in the midst of a very strong drive, then suddenly the fumble, and you're watching the back of a defender's jersey as he brings it all the way in the other direction.
There's not much more I can add to that. I thought you summarized it perfectly, partner. You just got to regroup and start putting another drive together. That's all you can do.
We've hit the 2-minute mark of the first half. All knotted up at 7. After the sack, they're staring at a challenge basically from the other side of town. It's 2nd and a country mile. Mayfield. Over the middle, that's caught by Ridley. Now the defense going to use the first of their timeouts. So as they talk it over, we step aside. 3rd and 19. From the gun, it's a give to Chubb. Busts through the tackle. And he'll get this to the 23, but that'll be well short of what he needed. Now a second timeout called for by the defense. So that means they're down to 1 remaining here as we head toward halftime. Only 2 punts for him last week in the loss as he gets this one away. Returnable here for Callaway. A 7-yard return following a punt of 45 yards. And they will take over 1st and 10. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. Not an ideal way to end their previous drive. They threw the interception, Charles, after they had built up some momentum. They were moving the football, but something to at least build on for this offense as they run back out here.
Yeah, you're right about that. Up until that last play, everything was working pretty well for this offense, gaining chunks of yardage, getting first downs, really making a push for the end zone, and looked like they had a nice rhythm going. Now you got to have a short memory here. Don't focus on the interception. Focus on what came before him and get back to it.
An incomplete pass on 2nd down. That muddles things a little bit here. This is 3rd and 10. To pass, here's Jordan Love. That's going to be knocked away and incomplete.
Quarterbacks work all the time on manipulating a defense with their eyes and their head movement. In this case, he just stared the receiver down. That allowed for excellent coverage, able to knock that one away.
On is the punter Townsend as he gets this one away. And this will be taken at the 13. That'll be a 47-yard punt, officially 5 on the return. And out will come the offense as they take over. From the shotgun, it's Mayfield. Short throw, and that's hauled in by Mayer. It'll go down as a gain of 6, and it'll be 2nd down. Now Mayfield. This is Hamler on the receiving end. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 20 seconds to go in the first half. Throwing, Mayfield. And he gets this one to Ridley, complete. Now another timeout called for by the offense. So that means they're down to one remaining here as we head toward halftime. Mayfield with it once more. Pressure, and he's going to be taken down. They sack him back right around the 44. Derek Hall able to record his 5th sack of the season. So a touchdown apiece. That's what we have the show at halftime as they head to the locker room. 7-7 our score. As we are off to Orlando now to check in with Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach?
All right, Brandon, we'll get back to you two in a bit. For now, plenty of early game action around the NFL to get you caught up on, so let's get to it. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. We thought this one would be a close battle coming in, and we have not been disappointed. They're all even to this point. This has the feeling of a game that could go right down to the wire. One mistake or one big play could turn out to be the difference.
Okay, Coach, yeah, adjustments likely going to play a big role in this third quarter in what's been a tight contest so far. Set and ready to go for the second half. One touchdown apiece, 7-7 our score. And a nice return sets them up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. The Voyagers offense and running back Devon Achane making their way back out. As we take a look at the league leaders in receiving touchdowns, he is right up there amongst the best in the NFL. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. Well, the first half, very even. I mean, really, in all facets, this ball game tied, Charles. So as we start the third quarter, curious to see what the second half brings us.
Certainly am. I'm with you on that one. And we all know a lot of coaches from the NFL all the way down to the Pee-wee level. They love to spin it to their teams. Hey, we're starting a brand new, shorter ball game. It's all even. Let's go out and seize it. This is ours.
And he is going to lose yardage here. It's a loss of a yard, so it's back to 3rd and 10.
This defense is just flat getting after it. They have not given up much of anything in the run game. Case in point right there.
Love from the gun. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. 21 yards there on 3rd down.
And that's the kind of play this offense needs to maybe kick them into gear a little bit. They've been stuck in neutral much of the game. Perhaps that can give them a little bit of confidence that big plays are out there.
To throw now. Here's Love. That's complete. Demario Douglas with it. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. So from the 36 now, 1st and 10. Love now. This one taken in by Otten. Yeah, this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on 1st down. 2nd down and a yard.
At the 27-yard line.
They will throw again here with Jordan Love. He finds Douglas complete. 2nd catch for him today, and it'll wind up a 1st down. He's got Otten on the out route. And stopped a few yards shy of the goal line at the 3. That puts him in excellent position, 1st and goal after after a gain of 19.
It's all pretty simple sometimes, isn't it? Go where the defenders are not, and he does exactly that. Makes a nice catch to move the chains. Defense got to find a better way of accounting for the shorter routes that are being run against them.
Achane. Fighting, but he won't get too far. Maybe a yard, that's all, down to the 2. No gain there, and it's going to set up 2nd and goal.
Leads to 2nd and goal at the 2-yard line.
Achane will take it in. Touchdown. They were able to stop him at the line on 1st down, but this time he punches his way through.
And sometimes just because you're stopped on the first run, it doesn't mean the play call was bad or incorrect. You might just need better execution and just a tad more determination. And they got it done on the 2nd try.
Elliott good with a PAT, and that makes the score 14-7. A good drive that time as they go 9 plays in all. And the drive finished off with a touchdown run from Devon Achane. The kickoff team on the field now as they will send this one away. And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line. Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the 2nd half. Well, Charles, you and I said at intermission, feels like we're set up for a good 2nd half. Well, the other side scored. Now it's up to them to answer. How do they respond here with their first drive of the 2nd half?
Well, bottom line is they just saw the ball go in the end zone against their defense, and they saw what good offense looks like. They believe they've got a good offense as well. Run the best plays you've got to the top performers you have and try to move that ball down the field for an answering score.
On 1st down, they'll run with Chubb. 129 yards rushing for him now in the ball game.
He hadn't had a ton of success here so far, but you get the feeling that he might be on the verge of popping one.
Yeah, even on that one, there was a little bit of a hole, but closed there quickly at the end. 2nd down, here's Chubb again. And here he'll be brought down a little shy of the 35 at the 36. That one, a 1st down pickup of 8.
Yeah, once more, strong running. Excellent blocking at the point of attack. They've got a nice little drive brewing right here.
To throw, Mayfield. A short throw, and that's hauled in by Mayer. And he is out of bounds inside the 30. So the completion results there in 9 yards. And they'll have a 2nd and 1 forthcoming. 3 quarters in the books. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports as we are just about set to go here in quarter number 4. Mayfield looks to throw. It gets it right back to Mayer. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another 1st down.
Many different ways to create space, but on that play, he did it with that big, wide body of his. Didn't get a whole lot of yardage on the play, but it did what it was supposed to. Pick up a 1st down.
Now they return to the ground game. Chubb, 2 yards the loss, 2nd and 12.
There's no question that coming into this game, this defense was pretty vocal about its desire to take this running back out of his game, and all that pregame wolfing has turned into results.
They go play action. Mayfield. And he will find Ridley on the left side. And he'll go out of bounds in the red zone just inside the 20. This will be the 8th play of the drive. It's 3rd and 7. They go up the middle with Chubb. And he is going to be stopped at the 12, short of the 1st down. It's a gain of 5 on the play, and it'll bring up a 4th down.
And there we saw one of the downsides of blitzing during a rundown, because sometimes you get out of your gaps. You don't fit the run quite as well because you're headed towards the ball carrier with abandon.
One score down. Here we go. They're going to go for it here on 4th down. They'll run for it. Chubb. And he's not even going to come close to picking up the first. They stop him right at the line of scrimmage. Nick Chubb stops short, and as a result, possession switches hands. So he needed the short yardage, Charles. He elected to try to bounce it outside of the outer third, unsuccessful.
Sometimes those plays are stacked up by the defense and there's nowhere to go, so you have to bounce it outside. And some backs just get impatient. They want to go to where they think there's more open territory instead of going where the play was actually blocked. In any case, it didn't work here.
Here's Love. He finds his man, complete. That's Douglas. And he is going to lose yardage here. Under 4 to go now as the clock runs and they come up on second down.
At the 11-yard line.
Out of the shotgun, it's Love. They'll swing this out wide. Here's Achane. And they'll bring him down right around the 13. The offense on third down, they've hit 2 for 4 thus far. This is 3rd and 9. Now Love. A bullet throw, but incomplete. Critical play in this football game, because if they pick up the first there, that clock keeps rolling.
Has to be a little frustrating for them because they know that if they pick up a first down there and continue to eat away at the clock, really increases their chances of closing this one out. Now they're likely going to have to give the football up and sweat it out on the sideline.
A good kick, 48 yards, 4 on the return. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. Here's Brooklyn to once again go on offense. They've got some stuff to build on from that last drive because they moved the football, CD, and then they tried to go for it on 4th down, didn't convert, probably left a bitter taste in their mouths.
I would say so, and I think that they go out in this series determined for that not to happen again. In fact, they don't even want to get to a 4th down opportunity. They just want to make sure they get it done within the parameters that they've set for themselves. Run their offense, get it into the end zone. Yeah, I think a little bit of determination and a dash of anger.
4 yards the pickup, 1st down.
That was a route run not just with dexterity, but with intelligence. Found the hole in the zone, made sure the quarterback saw him, and was able to make the sure catch and flip the down marker back to 1.
He's going to drop this one down for Chubb. Fourth quarter, down to the final 2 minutes, and we've got a 1-score game. So it's our visitors with the football as we get you reset. They come up on a 2nd down now in a game that looks like it's going to go down to the wire. And again, it's Mayfield. And he will find Ridley. That's complete. And he's corralled, but not before getting it inside the 35. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts. That'll leave them with 2 remaining. We'll be back after this. Plenty of time and 2 timeouts still at their disposal. 1st and 10 here. Mayfield. Again to Calvin Ridley, and he's got it once more. This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2. Mayfield. Over the middle, that's caught by Ridley. Now another timeout called for by the offense, as they'll get a chance to talk it over after picking up the 1st down.
This defense has certainly had an outstanding second half, haven't they? I know they just gave up a 1st down there, and for the offense, they're hoping that that's something that they can jumpstart with and maybe start to move the ball a little bit better. But it's been tough sledding for them here the entire second half. It drives some people crazy to see those short throws underneath. They've got to find a way to gash the defense downfield.
Mayfield to throw. And it's caught. It's a touchdown. So they rally here in the final minute, and they're an extra point away from tying this game.
And while it appears the heavy lifting was accomplished by scoring the touchdown, they're still down 1. That extra point is not a gimme.
The extra point now coming from Myers. And we are tied here in the 4th quarter. So that drive goes 8 plays. And the touchdown and PAT mean we are tied here in the final minute of play. This one, all we could have asked for. All tied, final minute. as the kick's away here. And out a little across the 25 to the 27. The Virginia Beach offense set to take over. Well, partner, here it is. They've got the chance to win the game. You'd have to think they need to get it near the opposite 40 to have a chance to kick a game-winning field goal. We'll see what they can do.
And you're right about that, because if we look at it in macro, that's what it looks like. But I think in micro, the head coach has already asked the special teams coach, what is he feeling? What does he think? Where does he want the football? What's the yard line we have to get? And he's already relayed that to his quarterback and his offense. They know what the goal is.
Oh, look at this. It's intercepted. Rasul Douglas picks it. And a terrific return there. They're finally able to corral him down near the 11-yard line. Well, we say it often, Charles, but not all interceptions are created equally, and that is a big one here in a tie ball game in the fourth quarter.
And, Brandon, when games are this close, it usually comes down to the team making the fewest mistakes, and that was one of our mantras back at Tennessee. Coach Majors used to say all the time, the team making the fewest mistakes will win. You've got to cut those down to give yourself an opportunity.
The Dreadnoughts offense and Baker Mayfield set to take over once more. And we'll take you through some of the highlights here. You'll notice he had a hand in a lot of them so far. He's got this offense rolling right now. They'll come up 1st and 10 here. They give the Chubb out of the gun. And here he'll get it down to the 7. Now, what's the thinking here? Because a touchdown would be nice, but you've ensured yourself a chance at 3 in the lead, so how worried are you about the 6?
You're not very worried about if you're confident in your kicker. And if you got a kicker who can put it through the post, you feel really good about trying to bleed that clock down. In an ideal scenario, your kicker puts it through the post as the clock hits zeros.
And this one is right through. And it's celebration time on that sideline as they have taken the lead in the final seconds. And I tell you, when it comes to needing a field goal in closing seconds, pressure situation, there's something to be said for having a veteran kicker trot out there.
Agreed. It's so nice to have someone you can rely on, someone who you know has done it before. And this guy's as cool as they come, isn't he?
The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. So now, Charles, this drive maybe a touch more important, trying to erase the memory of that. And this is caught on the sideline. Are the feet in? They are. What a catch. It was a long shot, but they did get one final chance to try to score and overcome this small deficit. No touchdown, though, Charles, and that brings this one to a close.
Yeah, I think Hope was wearing one jersey and Worry was wearing another on the other sideline as that final snap played out. Now, we've seen some incredible plays to win games before, but in this case, I think the distance was just a little bit too great for it to happen here.
So for Brooklyn, the victory means they'll up their mark to 5-3 on the year, and they will head back home next week. Meanwhile, for Virginia Beach, it's loss number 5 for them on the year, and they will try to get back in the swing of things next week on the road. And for Charles Davis and our entire crew here at EA Sports, I'm Brandon Gaudin saying so long, everybody.
It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Sentinels and the Steamers. And it comes your way next on Madden NFL 25.
EA Sports coverage of the NFL finds us in the shadow of the Eiffel Tower in the fabulous European capital of Paris, France. With my broadcast partner, Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And, Charles, you look at this Paris team as it gets ready here. They come in losers of 2 straight, so they're trying to right the ship here a little bit.
They're teetering a little bit, aren't they? And now things could really go south if they lose this game. So they understand the importance of playing well and stopping this streak.
On the other side of the field for our visitors here, they were winners last time out, so they'll be looking, Charles, to... Lurching closer toward the midway point of this NFL season, and we're underway on EA Sports. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by the first overall selection of the 2016 draft. From Cal, it's Jared Goff.
And you've got to think that they've got to be feeling pretty fresh. You know, coming off of the open week, didn't have to play, right? Gives them a chance to rest up a little bit, heal some of those aches and pains, and excited about playing again. That really rekindles things a little bit. I want to see how they come out and establish themselves here early.
And that bye week coming right where they want it, in the middle of the schedule. They'll wind up getting a yard on the game's first play. It's second down. Right back to Hubbard. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. That good for 19 and a first down. Charles, they won last week despite him not running the ball well. They told us need to get him going. Runs like that help.
And they talked to us about leaning on him because, as you noted, last week they didn't have to. Still won the ball game. They leaned on other people to give them the yardage that they needed, but they really want him to be that guy, and that's what they're doing early in this game.
On a determined run there as he's going to take this all the way down near the 40. A good gain again. That's now 31 yards combined on those last 2 plays. They'll try the air now with Goff. He's got his man. It's Pierce. And just 3 yards on the catch there. He couldn't get away. And that's going to bring up second down. Straight ahead with Hubbard. And he'll work it inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. 41 yards rushing for him already. A terrific opening drive on the ground, and it's a first down. Going to be taken in here by Nakua. And he went backwards. He'll be down at the 30. Maybe just a slight detour on what's been a strong drive. Here's 2nd and 11. Play action. It's Goff. And he bats it away, and it falls down incomplete. Coverage there by Von Bell. A long way to go here on 3rd down for the 8th play of the drive. When you look at this defense, they're a unit that struggled some against the run, no doubt, coming in 25th out of 32 teams.
And this group talks all the time about wanting to be better, getting stronger against the run. And to me, it all starts up front. You've got to win the line of scrimmage in order to play against the run very well.
Prater's kick is good, and the opening drive of the game yields 3. So he's been automatic to this point of the season, and he connects on the field goal there.
And what a luxury it is to have a kicker you can depend upon, partner, because he hasn't missed all year long. Converts on that one as well, and kudos to you. You didn't jinx him.
And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. And they'll be led out by their rookie QB, the young man out of Oregon.
And there was a positive in last week's loss. No interceptions thrown by him. but he only threw one touchdown pass, and you know he wants that to improve. He might even consider that as part of the reason that they couldn't take the win last time out. I believe we'll see a more aggressive version of him this week whenever they're nearing the end zone.
And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. First play of the drive going for 14 and also going for a first down.
First and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Here's Nix. And he'll toss this one incomplete. Seeing no options, he throws it away. Now it's 2nd and 10. To throw, here's Nix. Man open, that's Jamar Chase, complete. And he's brought down. That one good for a first down pickup of 18 yards.
This is an offense that's near the bottom of the league in rushing, so defensively coming in, you've got to know you're going to see the ball in the air a lot. And that time, it's a completion and a first down on this opening drive.
Now a first down carry. It's Kamara. He'll get this down to the 38. This defense, Charles, really played well in that win a week ago.
And no matter what's done throughout a ball game, it always comes back to blocking and tackling. That's the essence of football. But I think it's hard for people to understand just how difficult it is to tackle, especially open field. Very few missed tackles on tape that I saw last game. This team does a nice job of getting their opponents on the ground.
That one goes for 30 yards.
It's not a surprise when you read scouting reports and watch tape because you know he's a heck of a player. But he is so difficult to get down in the open field. They just want to get him the ball and let him do his thing.
The chain gang hustling to catch up. Here's 1st and goal from just inside the 10. Try to pound it in, Kamara. And he'll be stopped just outside the 5 at the 6. Give him 2 yards on the gain there, and it will take us to the end of quarter number 1. 3-0 after 1 on EA Sports. Second quarter now, and it's our home team with possession. The 6-yard line, the line of scrimmage on 2nd and goal. Kamara trying again. And he's swallowed up right near the line of scrimmage. 2 runs in a row, but only 2 yards to show for it. This will be play number 8 on the drive. It's 3rd and goal. They'll try and throw. Here's Nix. Yeah, that one's going to be knocked away and incomplete. Grant Delpit makes that play defensively.
Coaches talk about it all the time. Players talk about it as well. Excellent job staying disciplined in coverage and making that stop. Inside the red zone, every stop like that could be preventing a possible touchdown.
So matching field goals on our opening 2 drives.
Yeah, it feels like 2 boxers feeling each other out here in the early going of the game, right? Exchanging some jabs, but none of the heavy stuff just yet.
Each team with a possession, each team with a field goal as the kick is away. And they will wrangle it down a couple yards shy of the 30. The Sentinels offense led by their running back headed out for the 2nd possession. And he continues to be a nuisance for opposing defenses that are tasked with trying to slow him down. He's currently 2nd in the NFL in rushing. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And they were winners the last time they took the field, which was 2 weeks ago. They had the open week last week, so this is a squad that should be really refreshed and ready to roll.
I would agree, because when you get that open week after a victory, it does wonders for everyone. Obviously, your body, get a chance to heal up, but your mind as well. You feel good about winning, so now you can get away from it for a few days, put down the playbook, turn off the film. Just be you. Enjoy that time away, and then you come back ready to go.
3rd down and 13. Back to throw. Goff. He'll get this to his tight end. It's Jonnu Smith. And a good job on the tackle there as they get him down shy of the 1st on the 35-yard strike. 4th down, so Jake Camarda is out there. Call it 46 yards on the punt, just a single yard on the return as he was covered quickly. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. And they are a game under 500 now following the loss a week ago. And this is a team, Charles, that just has not been able to string victories together.
Yeah, they're certainly going the wrong way, aren't they? Because it looked like they had things pointing in the right direction, but now they've lost 2 straight, and that means this game is vital, extremely important, because if they fall 2 games below 500, the road back into playoff contention, awfully difficult.
Now it's Nix. This complete to the tight end, Tucker Kraft. First time these two have hooked up this afternoon, and it's a first down. The start for them near flawless. Defense gets them a 3-and-out, 2 quick pass connections on offense.
So that's how a team works together. Just what you described. Get them the ball, give them a little momentum, and they're capitalizing off of that. Thanks a lot, guys.
And he'll have a gain of 3 to the 33.
The goal of a wide receiver screen is get enough blockers in front to create a wall and let him pick his spot to run the football. How about the defense there, swarming to it and not allowing that to happen? Did not let him get downfield.
There's Chris Olave. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. And now following the completion, we're going to get a stoppage here for an injury. Now, the medical staff is going to come out here and take a look, and we will take a short break. So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. And that's out quickly to Chase. So they'll get nothing out of that play, and it's 2nd down. Throwing Nix. Another one into the hands of Jamar Chase. And they'll get him down as he's inside the 40. So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38. To throw is Nix. And not able to get it that time. He'd hit on 6 straight passes. Not there. 2nd down.
He leads to 2nd and 10.
Nix to the air. Open man, it's Palmer. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1. So they just need 1 yard here to pick up the first down. Working out of the gun is Nix. Working the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he will have the first before he's brought down right on the chalk of the 20. What a methodical drive this is turning out to be. That time 9 yards, and the sticks move again. Got to say, I was a little surprised to see him, Charles, come out in the shotgun on 3rd and less than a yard.
Yeah, but the way the NFL is nowadays, we hardly ever see anyone really run for it on short yardage. So they're going to throw the football more times than not. That was a nice, easy rhythm throw right there, and they pick up the first down.
And this is going to be intercepted.
And as we've seen, points have been precious so far, and they just threw something away on that snap. And look, let's face it, as we advance further into this game, that play will be on the minds of everyone who's watching it. They wonder if this is the turning point. Is this the spot where those points were given away and could cost them a ball game?
Back out comes this offense now late in this first half. And with 40 seconds to go, that's, you'd think, time enough to try to mount a drive should they decide to do so. After the interception, here's Goff. Pass complete there to Nakua. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts, as it'll come with 36 ticks to go in half number 1. And that's to the left sideline and incomplete.
They've been playing sound fundamental defense thus far and able to keep this offense from creating a major dent on the scoreboard.
Able to force the incompletion, but still waiting for that game-changing play. You feel like it's coming, the first sack, the first turnover.
In a sense, they're playing old-school defense right now. The new-school defense is what you said, taking the ball away.
Now another timeout called for by the offense. So that means they're down to 1 remaining here as we head toward halftime. Able to find the open man. That's complete. Now the defense going to use the first of their timeouts. So as they talk it over, we step aside. Here's Jake Camarda now. His first punt, 48 yards. This one looks equally as good. And that hits at the 6 and carries into the end zone for a touchback. Just 11 seconds to go in the half as they have it 1st and 10. And they'll indeed start on the ground to run that clock. And he's tackled a yard short of the marker. Good gain of 9 on 1st down. Now a timeout taken. Perhaps a chance for one more quick play and then another timeout if they hurry. We'll see. 2nd and 1. That's taken in by Palmer. Now whistles and a timeout with 3 seconds left in the first half. A final shot before break. Nix being chased out left. So we've reached halftime at a low-scoring affair, just a pair of field goals. 3-3 is our score. As we send you to our EA studios in Orlando, here's Jonathan Coachman with our EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Brandon, we'll get back to you two in a bit. For now, plenty of early game action around the NFL to get you caught up on, so let's get to it. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where you see the final score there. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. Not too much to show you scoring-wise in that first half. Just a couple of field goals make up all the scoring. But I wouldn't be surprised if we're close to a breakthrough, and things should open up as we move along.
All right, Coach, thanks. Yeah, both teams likely to make some changes in what's been a closely fought battle to this point. Second half ready to roll. 2 field goals, the combined output in half number 1. Could be first touchdown wins. And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24. This offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. It's a tie football game here. What do you think, Charles, the message was at halftime?
Well, I think that they probably just looked at things and said, we're fortunate that this is a tie game. No need to panic, no need to change a whole lot. We didn't play anything close to our best in the first half, so we don't have to go out and win one for the Gipper. Let's just go out and play our best football and win one for us.
Officially nothing on that last run. They'll try again, 2nd and 10. Nix from the shotgun. Slant route going to be caught by Palmer. And he gets this one just shy of the 40, down at the 39. It's a first down, his 4th catch of the game after having 3 in the first half.
And that's a more than acceptable read right there because it's zone coverage, so timing is everything. This time he waits for his man to come open, puts it right on him, and they pick up a first down.
So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10. Operating from the gun, here's Nix. Tries the left side and finds Olave. And they've got it well across midfield down to the 40 before it's all said and done. A well-executed 22-yard gain. On play action, here's Nix. Under a heavy rush, and down he goes. They'll wind up losing 8 on the sack there, and it's 2nd down.
Pressure can come from all over when you're plotting a defensive strategy. On that particular play, it just came from the outside.
So that complicates things a bit here. 18 yards to go now on 2nd down. Throw left side is hauled in by Palmer. 2 yards on the pickup there. And they're going to face an uphill battle here on 3rd and long. Operating from the gun, Nix. He's going to have the hook up here to Chase. And he's going to be stopped here a few yards short of the first as the tackle is made at the 33. It'll be a pickup of 13, but it'll still lead to a 4th down. Koo knocks this one through the post. And they will take the lead here in this battle of field goals. It's 6-3. Well, they don't get a touchdown here on the opening drive of the third quarter, but I think maybe you still say mission accomplished as they come away with the lead.
No, absolutely. You keep the pressure on, right? You go downfield, get some points up on the board, and hope that you've motivated your defense to take the field and hold that lead.
And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half. And they find themselves down on the scoreboard following the field goal a moment ago.
And I think even though they trail in the game now, I would consider that a win for their defense, and that's probably what they're telling the offense when they get to the bench. Hey, the onus is on you guys now. Get back out there and get us the lead back.
Jordan Brooks on the tackle. Second down and 6 now. They'll fake the give. Now Goff. He's got his man on the crossing route. This is Higgins. And he'll be stopped right at midfield. Second catch for him today, and it'll wind up a first down. From the 50, it's Goff. And that is incomplete. He couldn't hold on through the contact. Brings up second down. Goff now to throw. Looking underneath and finding Hubbard. And he'll be brought down, it looks like right at the 40. 9 yards, and that leaves him just short, so it'll be third and less than a yard. They'll try and run for this with Hubbard. And he's got the first before he's brought down at the 39-yard line. That right there, a good sign for a team that's had trouble converting third down so far this year. They're in the bottom 5 in the NFL, but they come through there.
Yeah, and I bet if we put our guy Marvin on the case and say, Marvin, tell us where they rank on third and what, right? I bet they're in the top 5 in the league on 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7 or more, because that's how you end up not converting. Just too much yardage to pick up on third down.
And they'll go again here with Hubbard. And they get him behind the line, so that short gain on first down quickly negated. So they'll get a little extra time to come up with his third down play as we've played 3 quarters. We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports. On the very outer edge of field goal range, it would be 56 yards if they got nothing here on third down. Now Goff. That is incomplete.
Trying to erase that deficit all at once. One big shot. He took it. Unfortunately for him, incomplete.
And that is no good. And instead of tying it up, they'll remain down by 3. A fourth quarter miss like that, there is no lonelier feeling than that kicker right now.
As we all know, a lot of these games, they come down to special teams. And when that chance comes, you have to perform in order to help your team get over the top.
Could have tied it. Instead, they remain down 3. They begin on the ground with Kamara. And he'll get it into enemy territory just across midfield at the 49. Give him 5 on the carry there, and it'll be second down. Palmer going to go in motion left. And they'll fake the jet sweep there and instead hand it Kamara. And he's going to be stopped up at about the 47-yard line. And this offense on third down today, just 1 for 3 thus far. Here it's 3rd and 3. To throw, here's Nix. That is caught. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. Move the chains, a gain of 7 on third down. Here's Nix. And look at this. They get the turnover they needed. It's intercepted. Well, holding on to the lead at this stage in the second half, those are the types of plays you really want to try and stay away from.
And when you're a rookie, keeping your focus is something that you still have to work on all the time because there's so many distractions around you between the crowd noise and your coaches and your teammates. But the other part, you've got to learn how to finish. It's the 2 F's for a rookie quarterback.
The visitors' offense had Chuba Hubbard set to take over once more. And he's had his fair share of troubles in this one, unfortunately. This defensive front has wreaked havoc throughout the contest, and he hasn't been able to create enough space to make something positive happen to this point. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. A golden opportunity for them now following the interception. They need to try to at least get 3 out. Look at this, middle of the field, a breakaway. And all the way in for the touchdown. Alec Pierce, his second touchdown on the season. And the Sentinels use the defensive breakdown to take the lead away here in the 4th. As a former DB, you might not like to see that, but from a wide receiver's perspective, those are the plays they dream of.
Correct on both counts, all right? Because once he took off, I mean, let's face it, that should have been done in Big Sky Country. Aren't any speed limits out there? And off he went. Glad I wasn't the one trying to chase him.
Prater for the extra point, and that will make this a 4-point game. They certainly made quick work of that, ultra-quick work. One of the fastest drives you'll ever see, just one play resulting in the touchdown. After the touchdown, out is Prater to kick. And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. The Steamers offense and Bo Nix getting set for this next possession. And it's been a struggle for him all afternoon. This defense has really done a nice job of making him earn everything he gets, and it's prevented him from getting into any kind of rhythm here today. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And they will be looking to answer the touchdown their defense just surrendered. Still a good chunk of time remaining here in the 4th quarter and a chance to regain the lead in a tight one. Just a yard on the first down carry, so it's 2nd and 9.
Brings up 2nd and 9 at the 28-yard line.
Now it's Nix. He'll find Lazard here over the middle and give him 6 yards here as he's stopped near the 35 at the 34. This a big play for both sides. What will we see here? 3rd and 4. Looking to throw. Nix. And he's going to be intercepted for the 3rd time thus far. Picked off by Grant Delpit. And to the 40-yard line, that's where the return stops. Certainly not what he was hoping for, Charles. That's now 3 interceptions in this ball game.
But there's a lot of knowledge to be gleaned every time you throw an interception if you do things the right way. And hasn't there been a pretty darn good quarterback along the way who threw a lot of interceptions early, learned from them, and became great later?
Who would that be?
That'd be one Peyton Manning. Threw 28 his rookie year. That's the NFL record. How'd things turn out for him?
I think okay. He's the guy in all the commercials now, right?
Yeah, I think he's doing okay.
And they'll run on first down with Hubbard. And I think this defense knew what was coming as he is smothered behind the line. That one is blown up by Jordan Brooks, the linebacker. Clock continuing to run. They'll probably wind this all the way before snapping it on 2nd down. On the handoff, running left is Hubbard. And the stop here will come at the 38-yard line. After that run, still a good amount of meat on the bone here for this 3rd down play. Can you envision them putting this in the air?
Totally. I mean, look at who he has under center right now. If you can't trust him with the football, you can't trust anyone. And frankly, to me, I want the ball down the stretch. Get the first down, keep it in the hands of my offense. I don't want to turn it over to them and rely on my D.
A shotgun snap for Goff. Over the middle, hauled in by Pierce. And brought down, but not before they're inside the 25. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. While they come out and take a look at him, we will step aside for just a moment. And not totally home free yet, but it's looking good as they come up 1st and 10.
On the counter, this is Hubbard.
And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up.
Well, hopefully, obviously nothing serious here. Medical staff, though, going to take a peek, and we'll take a break.
You'd have to think likely another running play coming here. 2nd and 11.
They'll run with a big back, A.J. Dillon.
Now a second timeout called for by the defense, as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next.
Tough spot here, 3rd down and 11.
Goff now to throw.
Now throw right side here, going to be incomplete. Right now, the story of this game continuing to be the defenses, because the offenses, they're finding it difficult to establish any rhythm whatsoever.
I like how you come to us in praise of defense, Brandon, because that's exactly right. That was an incompletion for us there, but we've seen it throughout this game. Both of these defense coordinators, they're a step ahead of their offensive counterparts.
So that gets him a little bit of breathing room, but not much. And you have to think back to the field goal that he missed earlier. This would be a 2-score game right now if he had converted then.
And if you and I are thinking about it, you know he is as well, because in the back of his mind, he's thinking, I hope I get one more shot in an important spot. He just made that one. He wants one more later to truly make up for the earlier miss.
The Paris offense out to have another go at it. And this group has suffered far too many self-inflicted wounds thus far as we run through some of the mistakes. It's darn near impossible to win in this league when you're turning the ball over at the frequency that they have. Here's 1st and 10.
They go back to the air here after the INT on the last drive.
Open man downfield, it's Palmer.
And he takes this one down almost all the way to the 30. He's back to throw.
This one taken in by Alavo.
And they'll get this one to about the 20-yard line.
Final minute, 1 timeout remaining. 1st and 10. That's completed right side to Palmer.
And yes, he's into the end zone. So they get the late score they needed. And now the extra point can tie this thing up in the final minute.
Coaches must really like to see that from the quarterback, because he's had the interceptions in this game, but they're able to connect on the touchdown pass.
And teammates love to see that, because they know that they miss blocks during a game, but they come back and make them later on. They miss tackles, right? They miss making plays, but the spotlight is magnified on your quarterback. And when he stands up to the pressure and comes back and throws a touchdown pass after throwing some picks earlier, they feel great about that guy.
And likewise for him personally, as a rookie quarterback, has to give him more confidence. This one, all we could have asked for. All tied, final minute as the kick's away here. And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive.
They'd like to avoid overtime here, so maybe they can work the sidelines, but then defensively, how do they adjust to that if they do work the sideline?
It's the old leverage game, and we usually talk about leverage at the line of scrimmage, right? Who's going to win with the low blocking and everything that goes along with that. But in this case, you're trying as a defender to leverage them towards the middle of the field, not let them get to the sidelines and try and tackle them inbounds in order to run the clock out.
Chess match here late.
Well, following the play now, they're going to stop the clock here as a man is shaken up. The medical staff will attend to him, and we will step aside. Now 2nd and 4.
Goff.
He'll get this complete to the running back, Hubbard. And he will get out of bounds. That stops the clock, but 2-yard gains, definitely not what you're looking for at this juncture. A big play here as the crowd noise rises. 3rd and 1.
Now it's Goff.
Pass caught by Crowder.
And he's going to have a first down as he's brought down at the 44-yard line.
Now Goff. Throwing left sideline there, but it's incomplete.
And not a common sight, at least on this drive. A momentary setback, though, for this passing game that has been moving well this series. Good thing for them, though. Still 2 more downs to connect and try and pick up another first down.
So here's the veteran kicker, Matt Prater. This from Tom Dempsey range here. And he missed it. It's no good. And a costly one there as this game remains tied here in the 4th. So 4 quarters wasn't enough, and we are off to overtime. Don't change that dial. And here in overtime, if the team that receives the ball scores a touchdown, it's over. If they don't, we can still have some more football.
That's exactly right. If they go down and kick a field goal, the other team gets a possession to either match it or score a touchdown to win the ball game. If both teams kick field goals, the next team to score wins. But if the receiving team throws a pick 6 or fumbles the ball and it gets picked up by the defense and they score, the game is over at that point.
Well, 4 quarters couldn't decide things, so it's on to overtime here as the kick is away. And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. Our visitors getting set to take over on offense. Well, they fought hard to reach this point, Charles, and now what an opportunity. They've got the ball first, a chance to take this overtime win away from the hostile crowd.
And you know, as the quarterback steps into the huddle, the first thing he's telling his team is, remember, we need 6, not 3. So we don't need a good drive. We need a great drive. And this is what they've been planning for. It's time to execute and take it downfield, even against all these odds.
2nd down, another chance for Hubbard. And he'll take this up near the 35, maybe the 34. 49 yards rushing for him now as he's just trying to will his guys to an overtime victory. First throw in overtime for Goff. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. 15 yards through the air and a first down. Charles, you get into these overtime situations, that's not a bad guy to dial into.
Well, when you have to have plays, especially in a spot as you just described, we're in OT, you've got to go to the guys you can trust and you know are going to make the plays. Well, they say, it's not the X's and the O's, it's the Jimmies and the Joes.
Oh, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Von Bell. And a great return as he gets this all the way down close to the 30-yard line. What a gigantic interception here in the first drive of overtime. And now, Charles, with where they're at in the field, I mean, they're already in field goal range to win this thing.
And the head coach is just talking to the special teams coordinator right now and saying, okay, where does he want the ball positioned? Because that's all you're going to do on offense. Move it to that spot. Make sure you take care of the football and probably 3rd down, kick the field goal, and try and win this game.
Now a first throw here in overtime. Throw left side complete to Chase.
And his play caller does a nice job of giving him an easy throw to start this drive, and he takes advantage of it. The completion sets up a manageable 2nd down.
Next score wins, but remember, this will be a tie if the period ends with no scoring as they work on 2nd down. A 10th carry for Kamara. And nowhere to run on the interior of that defensive line. He'll get back only to the line of scrimmage. They'll come up now 3rd and 3. Here's a fake on the jet sweep, and instead a give up the middle. And he'll be tackled about 2 yards shy of the line to gain. A 1-yard pickup leads to 4th down. And I know you, with every carry, especially in overtime, you're just saying, if you're that ball carrier, hold on to the football.
Hold on to it, protect it, but not necessarily settling, because you're trying to get to the end zone. You're trying to end the game right here. And I know the defensive guys, poking, clawing, raking, trying to knock the ball free and protect their end zone.
Yeah, like you alluded to, especially this part of the field. Younghoe Koo, all eyes fixated on the kicker. This to win it in overtime. And he got it. The kick is good in overtime. He's able to split the uprights. And this home crowd is in a frenzy as their guys have pulled it out of the end. But, Charles, a very simple mission anytime that you play on your home turf, and that is to defend your home turf, and today that mission was accomplished.
Look, every offseason, every preseason, the head coach goes in front of the team and says, the mission for the season, defend our home field every time, split on the road, and we'll be in the playoffs. That's why defending the home field is vital.
So for Paris, they're back to 500 as they move to 4-4 on the year. And they will hit the road next week. Meanwhile, for our visitors, they dipped to 2-5 now with the loss. And they will try to get back in the swing of things next week on the road. I'm Brandon Gaudin. Certainly have to thank Charles Davis, my broadcast partner, and our entire crew. We'll catch you next time right here. It's the NFL on EA Sports.
It's Week 8 of the National Football League, and we'll see the dynamic Michael Penix Jr. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Pioneers and the Riverhawks, and it's kicking off next on Madden NFL 25.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. All right, football fans, settle in because we got bragging rights on the line in this one. Kate Scott, Brock Heward here with you as we get set for a division rematch, Brock. One side seeking the sweep and the other looking for some revenge after how that first showdown went.
What do they say about familiarity? Familiarity does what?
It breeds something, Brock. It breeds, contempt.
It breeds contempt. Yeah. These teams don't like each other. They can fake it. They can say all the...
Santos out for the opening kick. And we're off from San Antonio. To return, here's Raheem Mostert. And this drive will start inside the 25. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. Leading them out, the third overall pick in this year's draft. After a decorated career at UNC, it's Drake May.
Drake entered the league as a top 5 pick because he checks a lot of boxes. Just the way you want him. Tall, athletic, great arm. 1 year at North Carolina, put on an absolute show. And yeah, his second year as a starter took a little bit of a beating and some question whether or not he was still a top 5 pick. The ability, there's no question there. It is now the consistency in taking care of the football that will be a big part of Drake's career.
Second down now, 7 to go. Option play, here's Montgomery. And he stopped. Now we'll wait to hear what this flag is all about. So now, partner, got to reevaluate what to do on this next snap because the holding call pushes him back quite a ways. Operating from the gun, here's May. Into the hands of Likely. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. 3rd and 10. Can this offense get it done? May now from the gun. He completes it in traffic. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep them short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
And he gets his guys a few yards before they bring him down on the return. So here comes this offense as they get set for their opening drive. And they'll be led out by the 8th pick in the draft, the lefty who led your alma mater, Washington, to the national championship game, Brock, Michael Penix Jr.
A win is a win for him, whether he goes for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns, Kate, or maybe he just finds the end zone once like last week. And being the team-first guy he is, he'd be more than happy to end the game with just 1 touchdown pass, or maybe even no touchdown passes, so long as they get the win in the end.
Only gets a yard there to make it 2nd and 9.
Brings up 2nd and 9.
Back-to-back carries here. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. A gain of about 3, so a third of what they needed. 3rd and 6 coming up.
Brings up 3rd and 6.
Penix here from the gun. And even on 3rd down, he sees no choice other than to get rid of it. Not the play they wanted. It's going to be 4th down.
You know, it's a point of emphasis in practice each and every week, no matter where we go. How are we going to attack the coverage on 3rd down? Well, they chose the wrong play off that call sheet that time.
And a fair catch made here at the 17. No return on that punt. And they'll be backed up a good bit for this drive. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. From the gun, it's May. Stays. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
Sometimes I wish everybody could feel what that feels like. When you're a QB and you just feel the air in the pocket getting sucked out and you know there's no escape, it can be just one heck of a deflating feeling. Not for that defense who puts a sack on the board. You'll hear defensive coaches all the time really ask their players to pull the trigger. Read, react, diagnose, and when you see it, go fire away. And that's exactly what the defense does to take away that screen.
3rd and long for him here. And the defense comes through to back him up ahead of 4th down.
Of all the ways the first points could go up on the board, a safety, well, it's one of the more rare and least likely, and we nearly saw it right there. What a great spot for the aggressiveness of that defense. And the QB, well, he nearly obliged them by dancing way too close to the goal line. We're still scoreless, just barely.
The Riverhogs bringing out their punter. And after that drive went backwards, he's going to send this one forward. Got 44 yards on his first kick, Brock, and this one looks to be longer. Punt taken near midfield. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. 58 yards on the punt there. And they're going to take over possession. From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. From the shotgun, Penix. Throw left side, complete. He's only going to manage to get back to the line. Brought to a halt by Brian Cook. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. And his drive forward halted after a couple of yards. Play made there by Clark Phillips. It's 3rd and 8, need to get a chunk here. Penix working from the gun. It's caught Metcalf. And a nice game here, but it stopped short of the first.
You know, I like the completion. You never turn down a completion. That's just not the right throw to make in that spot to move the chains.
And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And that will get them on the board.
A lot of them may make it look automatic, but you get this deep, and those field goals are far from a certainty. It took all his concentration, every bit of his strength, to send that puppy through.
Has this at the 6. The return manages to get just beyond the 30. They've got 1st down from the 31. Gives to Montgomery to start the drive. And this defense offering no room at all up the gut there. No gain. Aiden Hutchinson, energetic as always after making the stick. 1 quarter down in this all-AFC South contest. Just a field goal separates these two. Back in a moment with more of the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back for the start of the second. Our visiting offense out in possession of the ball. They start out 2nd and 10. Staying on the ground with Montgomery. And he found some running room for a nice gain. A solid 8-yard gain there, and now they're going to have 3rd and 2. They'll run again with Montgomery. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
That's one of those plays, Kate, as an offense that just sticks with you a little bit. It bothers you that you just can't convert on a very manageable down and distance. And on the other side, it sure gives you some confidence defensively to get off the field.
Great man on the punt. And they could really use a good one here. And he's certainly been staying busy. Once again, he's out to punt and sends this flying. He has it at the 13. And something on the return, but not much, as it still ends inside the 20. That punt gets up to 59 yards. And it's going to be their football coming up. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Here's Penix. Has a man, it's Tyler Conklin. And he gets it up close to the 25 before he's out of bounds. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4.
It's the pickup for 6. Brings up 2nd and 4.
They'll run it from the gun. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
What was supposed to move the chains, or at least make 3rd down easier to handle instead, well, did the exact opposite here, Kate. It now makes this 3rd down a whole lot trickier to figure out.
3rd down, it's Penix. This one taken in by Zacchaeus. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. And they've got themselves another 1st and 10. Running back, motioning right. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Gonna have to wait a little longer for his first catch of the game. And we'll see what they do here on 2nd down. Penix looking to pass. Throwing the out route complete. They gain 14 on the play. and they're going to have a first down.
They've run this 12-yard out route, Kate, at the combine, well, all the way back to last century when I had to throw it. In this throw, this is a big boy throw. It's a differentiator. Can you make that deep out throw on time, on rhythm, and accurately? Well, that was teaching tape right there.
Play action. Here's Penix. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there. When you saw the field, it's going to be second down.
It leads to 2nd and 10.
And again, it's Penix. On target to his man Zacchaeus. And it's good yardage, but they tackle him short of the sticks. 3rd and just 2 to go.
Brings up 3rd and 2.
Out of the gun, they'll give it to him inside. And the defense was ready. They got him at the line. Stopped for no gain on the play, and that'll bring up 4th and 2.
You know, I'm not sure what else could have been done there, Kate. Just the right call defensively to come up with a 3rd and short stop.
The Pioneers readying for the punt. And this will be his 2nd effort of the contest. Ooh, it's away, but he knows he mishit that one. Headed for the sideline. And this will fly out of bounds to deny a return. They're going to mark it a little before the 20. This offense making its way back out now. And it's far from the first time we're seeing this unit head out, Brock. But what we haven't seen so far in this opening half, well, we haven't seen much in terms of yardage.
No, it's like they've written a few lyrics, but nowhere close to a song yet.
And he's still looking for the play that sparks the ground game as that one stopped for a loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
Offense to the line for 2nd down. Throwing is May. That's complete to the back. David Montgomery. Ooh, play didn't develop like he needed. He goes out behind the line. This drive in some serious trouble. It's 3rd and 12. Running out of the gun with Montgomery. Decent gain here, but short of the first. The defense calls a timeout. That's their first. Braden Mann out once more for another punt. He sends this away, and oh, this is going to be a field flipper. And a fair catch made without incident, just inside the 25. We don't get a return out of that punt. And it'll be their football. Penix now on 1st down. Into the hands of Conklin. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down.
When you see play action, do all you can to get your eyes to the tight end, because that's their bread and butter. That play action gives him time off the line, helps chip a rusher, or even helps sell that fake. And then when he releases, he gets out, he gets some leverage. He gets to that edge before the defender can cover him.
They're set up at the 35 now. On 1st down, here's Penix. Tremble with the grab. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only one? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
New set of downs for him from the 46. Penix on 1st down. Completed over the middle. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. That chunk worth a nice 21 yards. And that'll give him a 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 33-yard line.
Still sticking with the passing game. Conklin brings it in. And he'll get it down to the 24-yard line. So at halftime, it's the Pioneers on top in San Antonio. As we hear from Jonathan Coachman over in Orlando with our EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. If you missed the first half, there's not much to get you caught up on. Just the lone field goal accounting for the entirety of the scoring. A 3-0 game to this point, as both defenses have been strong so far.
Teams are back out on the field. Everyone is set, and the second half is underway. Scott now to return. This return makes it up to the 25. Their offense taking the field now for the opening drive of the second half. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. They go play action. Here's Penix. He throws a bullet to the center of the field. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Couldn't connect on first. It's 2nd down. Penix. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And brings up 3rd down.
That is a DB's best friend, pressure. That pressure earned that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target and hit him to alter that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
Here he is on 3rd and long. He fires one deep. They connect on the deep shot. He does it. Touchdown. The Pioneers grow the lead coming out of halftime. So no mistaking that play call, Brock. They send everybody on deep goes, and it winds up paying off. What a play.
And you'd think on the other side, defensively, they'd be ready for this. But this is truly a breakdown in the secondary. They're just not able to make a play on the ball in the air. And the end result, as you said, a big play and a touchdown.
Extra point is good by Santos. And the Pioneers make it a 10-point ball game. Santos has it all teed up and ready to send this away. He fields it from the 8. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Here comes their offense out again. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. May on 1st and 10. Jerry Jeudy with the grab. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. 2nd and 3 now. May now from the gun. Couldn't connect across the middle. It's an incomplete pass. This one intended for the running back. And that leaves him with 3rd and short. Operating from the gun, here's May. Complete beyond the marker. And they push this down to the opposing 47-yard line. They get 18 yards out of it and a new set of downs.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
Football on that 47-yard line, 1st down. Montgomery gets it from the gun. And they try to power it forward, but only a couple of yards there.
You know, not a ton of yards, but still showing that commitment to the ground game. The type of run that keeps the defense from loading up in coverage and focusing entirely on that passing game.
And the coverage just too good there. Didn't find a throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up. Here's May. Pass taken in by Sutton. And not much doing. He stopped quickly.
Those little short throws, they are high percentage and certainly bread and butter, but they really run the risk of a quick tackle just like that and being stopped short of the sticks.
Hunter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. The offense returning to the field now as we get a look at their wideouts. And they're coming off an excellent series throwing the football that led to that touchdown, Brock. So you and I both expecting that defense to be looking for that on this series. Makes the grab in bounds, left side. And he flips the field for them before being taken down.
You know, Kate, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position by hitting on that shot. You've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
They'll say hello to the red zone after that big play, huh? As they get set for 1st and 10. From the red zone now. And this one won't be caught, but we got a flag here. Looked like there may have been some early contact before that throw arrived.
Defense.
And it's as we expected, partner. We call pass interference, so put it at the spot and give them that 1st down. They'll run here following the penalty. And he found a little room to turn it into a nice gain down to the 6. We'll get a stoppage now. Looks like we have someone banged up after that run in need of some attention. 2nd and 3 now. Throwing, Penix. Touchdown! It seems like a lot of the time, Brock, even if the results aren't quite as flashy every rep, tight ends are even more reliable scorers than a lot of receivers are when it comes to the passing game.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but there's also a lot more real estate for them to work with, right? Think of the receivers. They got to deal with the sidelines, that 12th defender. Many of these tight ends, they've got a ton of field to work with, and when they prove to the quarterback they could be a difference maker, he'll look for them.
Santos now for the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Pioneers take a 3-possession lead. Santos has it all teed up and ready to send this away. Mostert on the return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. Back out runs their offense. And I'm sure they're tired of bringing out the punter, Brock. They're hopefully going to give him some rest this time around and find some points to go after that lead. Offense ready to begin this drive, 1st and 10. Running left, it's Montgomery. He's able to drive that pile about a yard. That was Jordan Fuller getting there for the tackle. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. On the gun, it's May. Finding Reynolds. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. This one goes for an even 25 yards. And it'll give him a 1st down.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains, there wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
Football on that 47-yard line, 1st down. Montgomery now up the middle. And they love to see him fighting forward, but he only gets them 3.
You know, they got some positive yards. That's a good thing. But too many plays like that, it just is too hard to pile together, get 1st downs against the better defenses in this league.
It looks like we can call it about 4 yards in the end. Cordell Flott there on the stop. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Shotgun snap, looking to throw. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's out of bounds, just short of the 30. That play goes for 8 yards, and it keeps this drive moving.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your 3rd downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
And they haul him down just a foot or two shy of the red zone. So we hit the end of the 3rd quarter. It's not quite over yet, but it'd take a pretty miraculous comeback. We've got a 3-score game as we get set to start the fourth quarter. They'll keep this drive moving and come to the line for 1st and 10. They give up the gut to Montgomery. And they bring him down, but there's a flag on the field.
Holding offense.
A game they were pretty happy with goes away via the penalty. And now we're going to wait to see how they respond. To throw, here's May. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete. Jerry Jeudy, the intended receiver. And that makes it 2nd and long. To the air yet again, May. Quick slant, caught by Sutton. And he gets this down to the 13-yard line.
Boy, they sure found the right route at the right time to hit the soft spot in that coverage. And that slant, it goes for big yardage.
Here he is to throw on 3rd and 2. This one's caught. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. This offense in position now. It's 1st and goal. Throwing is May. And he's in. Touchdown! The Riverhogs get it back to within 2 possessions. It's a Jerry Jeudy touchdown. No hesitation on that throw. He got the guy he wanted right away, and he got it to him for the touchdown.
You know, it's great, Kate, to draw up plays and have all sorts of different options, but it's even better when you don't have to get to your second read. His first broke open just like they planned, and that's 6 in the end.
That one splits the uprights. And the Riverhawks cut the lead down to 10. That lead trimmed just a bit, down to 10 points now as the kick is up and away. On the return, here's Jones. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Pioneers and Michael Penix Jr. set to take over again. And this is some quality film review right here. Look at this. Couple of touchdowns, good amount of yards, too. He's been moving them down the field like only he can, putting together quite the game for himself in the process. They're out and set, 1st and 10. They'll empty the backfield and motion him out. It's caught Metcalf. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4.
At the 33-yard line.
Lone back gets the handoff. And that hit stops him in his tracks. They'll need 4 to convert now after no gain on 2nd down.
It's now 3rd and 4.
From the shotgun, Penix. On target to his man, Zacchaeus. And he'll go down, it will say right at the 39-yard line. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. 1st down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Handoff now from the gun. Crosses midfield, still going. And he gets this one down to the 27. How about a big hitter, 30, 40 yards there and a new set of downs.
Those unsung heroes, those big guys up front on the O-line, let's give them a little love right here, Kate. They don't always get the attention they deserve on broadcast, but let me tell you, they played a huge role in that big old run.
Here's the lone back on the handoff. And they needed more than one defender there. Powerful runner, stopped for just 1 yard. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9.
Brings up 2nd and 9.
Back to the well again. And he's brought down for a loss. Now hold on a moment, folks. You got a player in some discomfort after that one. He's going to receive some assistance as we take a brief timeout. Wonder what's in the playbook here as they come up on 3rd and 11. Another carry for him. And he'll only get this to the 26 before going down. So quickly the defense burns a timeout here. 1:57 remaining in the game. Carney's kick is good. And that pushes the lead up to 13.
That kick, well, it throws a roadblock up on some of the remaining avenues to get back in this game and really leaves only one remaining. It's going to take 2 touchdowns if they want a shot at it. And we know those odds, they're getting pretty long.
Here's a return from the 7. And pretty solid field position starting out here, Brock. He's tackled at the 29. The offense headed back to the field. And that last drive, no answer for what they were doing through the air, so expect some tighter coverage this time around. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Made a throw it. That one's complete over the middle. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. Keeping that pace going as the clock continues to run. Uh-oh, he can't escape. He's brought down. They need some extra time to think over 3rd and long. We've got a timeout. And they'll take this opportunity to discuss what's next over on their sideline. This offense looking to convert as they come up on 3rd down. To throw. Has it left side, Brock, but the throw carried him too close to that edge. I'm going to say he brought it in out of bounds. That's going to bring up 4th down. Offense still staying out after the incompletion. They're going to try on 4th. Throwing now. And it's going to be incomplete. Couldn't connect to extend the drive. So the defense rises to the challenge and gives the ball back to their offense.
I think every analytics book out there, Kate, said you got to go for it. You're in 4-down territory, down a couple scores here in the 4th. But now it's all about the defense. Can the defense come with a quick turnover or a stop to somehow, some way, spark a comeback?
The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. Lining up to take a knee on 2nd down. Your favorite formation, right, Brock? The victory formation here as he takes a knee.
This is situational football at its best. There's still some time left to bleed off the clock, but the really important thing here is you've got to bleed every second of that clock that you can. Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
A 45-yard attempt.
Carney's kick is good, and that'll give him a 16-point advantage. So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And they take not just the victory, but some serious year-long bragging rights home with them after this one, as they finish off the sweep of their division rivals. And with Brock Heward and our EA Sports crew, I'm Kate Scott saying so long from this one. The Pioneers are winners as we bid you farewell from San Antonio.
It's week 8 of the 2024 season, and we've got C.J. Stroud. He comes in third in the league in passing touchdowns. It's the Antlers and the Mounties on EA Sports.
Thank you to Trey Mosley for the introduction. We are indeed excited to welcome you to another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. Good to be with you. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson here in the booth. Greg, we got a couple of teams that love to throw the football. And you know how guys say, hey, we're not going against the other offense. We're going against the other team's defense. Greg, these star wide receivers, you know they're watching what the other guy does on the field here today.
Oh, in their minds, there's no question. They are competing against one another, and I think that's what makes this league so fun is when these guys, they know each other, they study each other.
The veteran, Jason Sanders, ready to get us started. And off we go here on EA Sports. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. This crowd ready in anticipation. Their offense taking the field for the first time. They're led by the NFL's Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2023. From Ohio State, it's C.J. Stroud.
They find themselves coming off a win last week that came right down to the end, and the best teams in the NFL, Mike, they can win close games, and they can win different style games. You're not going to blow people out consistently in the NFL. The league is just too good and has too much parity. But the teams that are the best in one-score games, they're often the ones finding themselves in the best position come playoff time.
They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
So defensively, there's always the initial pass coverage plan, and then when that breaks down and the quarterback goes into scramble mode, how fast can you then move on to the second phase and what they call plaster, meaning find the nearest receiver and almost play him man-to-man, and it's exactly what they did here, and there was nowhere for the ball to go, and he's forced to just throw it away. Remember what they told us, Mike, leading up to this game. They said it is so critical for us to find success, especially on third down. We want to maintain possession, extend these drives. Well, the first crack comes up and they fail through the air, and we're going to have to regroup and be able to have better success throughout the remainder of this game.
So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. They're led out by their veteran quarterback, Super Bowl winner, Russell Wilson.
If his preparation for this game is any indication of how he's going to perform today, Mike, they're going to be hard to beat. He played really well last week, but when we talked to his coaches, they told us, they're like, he has lived here all week. He has taken his level of play even up another notch. And if he can continue to operate this system, continue to get all of his weapons involved, this leadership, this ability to lead by example, it's going to rub off on the rest of this offense. I think they're going to have a good chance of changing from last week's loss to coming away today with a victory.
Another run here with White. And the defense there to meet him. They'll hold him to 2 and bring up third down. Out of the gun, here's Russ. He's got a receiver, and that's Lamb. 17 yards on that play, and that will be a first down.
And this is what you can do when you have one of the best receivers in the game. You understand that even if the coverage is not perfect for the play call, sometimes it's just as simple as my guy is better than your guy, and we're going to just keep giving him a chance.
On first down, Wilson. He finds the rookie from Georgia, Brock Bowers. An enviable spot to operate from. Here's second and inches. Now Russ. He'll go right back to Bowers. He's got it again. And they'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a first down. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. 1st and 10. They'll motion over Samuel. Play action. Now Wilson to the left side, caught by Lamb. And he's close to another first down as he's brought down just shy of the marker. Second and a yard. On the handoff, it's White.
Rashad White, the ball carrier. He's tackled at the 34-yard line. It's a gain of 6. And the Montreal first down.
Wilson now gonna keep it on the zone read. Whoa! And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line.
I think this is something we're going to continue to see today, Mike, as this game goes along. They're going to make the defense make a decision. Do you want to account for the running back, or do you want to account for the quarterback? In this case, they choose the running back, and the quarterback makes them pay by picking up the first down.
He's taken down just shy of the 10. He can still get a first down at the 1. 1st and 10, they go from the 11. Now it's White. And he'll plow forward for a gain of 4 yards. Contact up front. Did they get one of the defenders to jump?
Encroachment defense. Still second down.
So that'll do it for a fast-moving first quarter of play. What will the second quarter have in store? And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. He throws, and it is incomplete. Just couldn't deliver that one the way he wanted to. Not really sure if there was much there anyways. We do know it'll be 3rd down. Out of the gun, it's Wilson. That one, taken in. C.D. Lamb. Touchdown, Mounties. That's his 8th touchdown of the season. Greg, it's one of those, sometimes you got to feel like you know where the ball's going to go, and the defense knows it too, but it still ends up in that guy's hands for the touchdown.
Absolutely, Mike. In these critical situations, like down here in the red zone, it's players, not plays. It doesn't matter what you draw up on the board. You say, okay, who's my best player? Put him in a good matchup, let him go win, and give him a chance. That's exactly what they do here, and I think we're going to see a lot of this the rest of the game.
So, 7-0 the score, and set now for the dynamic kickoff. This returnable from the 4. And he is stopped at 25. The drive will begin there. The Antlers offense and veteran receiver Mike Evans getting set for this drive. He's put together some kind of campaign. Currently 2nd in the NFL in touchdown receptions amongst wideouts. First carry for the man from Memphis, Tony Pollard. He'll get this ahead for about 3. It is Logan Wilson up to make the play. They face 2nd down and 7. They'll go play action with Stroud. That caught Tony Pollard.
Defensive coordinators preach all the time, play pass defense with vision. It's exactly the case here. They're able to rally to the ball, keep that to a short gain.
From the gun, here's Stroud. He's got a man. It's Smith-Schuster.
He's in a really nice rhythm here on third down. He appears very comfortable operating out of the gun, and he's able to find his man near the sideline, and he's able to extend this drive.
Stroud to throw here on 1st and 10. Now a screen. Here's Pollard.
You see so many teams wait till third down to execute their screen game, but I like in this case the play caller changes things up. He uses the screen game on 1st down, which will have an effect on this pass rush going forward. How aggressive do they want to get after the quarterback? Because they got that screenplay still in the back of their head.
He's going nowhere. Gonna lose yardage on that play.
And you could tell pretty quickly, Mike, that once the quarterback started chopping his feet, that there was nowhere for him to go. Great job by the defense, not only reading quarterback run, but getting him down behind the line.
And he puts his head down and he picks up the 1st down. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. Now Pollard. He'll be stopped after a pickup of about 3. It is Logan Wilson up to make the play. 2nd and 7.
Brings up 2nd and 7.
They'll run once more, and it's Pollard again. And it'll be a pickup of 3, so 3rd down forthcoming. Now, following the run, one of the offensive linemen leading the way is a bit shaken up. They've converted 2 third downs already on this drive, and here's 3rd and 4. From the shotgun, C.J. Stroud. That's caught. It's Evans. That's his first reception of the ballgame, and it really comes at a good time as they get the conversion on 3rd down.
Well, let's give some credit to the big boys up front in the trenches. They knew that blitz was coming. They held up just long enough that the quarterback could get that ball out safely and results in a completion.
Here's a designed run. Nothing doing there. He'll go down behind the line.
He was brought down by Bilal Nichols. Brought down back at the 32.
2 minutes remaining. First half in a 7-0 game. Greg and I will be right back after this. So after the loss on 1st, here's 2nd and 14. Here's Stroud. He'll look for Pollard out of the backfield. And this one's going to be a loss of yardage. He's marked out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage. 3rd and long. Pollard. Now this defense will use the first of their timeouts. Here comes Blake Grupe for this field goal try. This is going to be a 51-yard attempt. Grupe's kick is good. And the Antlers are on the board just before halftime. The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. Justice Hill to return. Oh, he's got room past the 30. Good return here. Brings it up to the 33-yard line.
First down and 10 at their own 33-yard line.
They'll motion over Samuel. Throwing now, Wilson on 1st down. That's to the 3rd-round pick. It's Jermaine Burton.
Certainly not the biggest play of the day, but a good example of picking up positive yardage, staying ahead of the chains by a well-timed ball and a well-timed route.
From the shotgun, Wilson. That's going to be picked off by the rookie from Georgia, Kamari Lassiter.
Mike, doesn't it just seem like year in and year out, especially on the defensive side of the ball, there's these late-round players that kind of burst onto the scene out of nowhere, and there's a reason this guy fell in the draft, but I'll tell you what, he has shown a ton of growth so far this year, and he continues to make his presence felt in the back end of this defense.
The Antlers offense ready to see what they can do with this next possession. They'll start with a golden opportunity here to move out in front. Great field position to start out. It's 1st and 10. Off the play fake. Here's Stroud. That's deep for the back of the end zone. That ball broken up. It is incomplete. They tried the shot on 1st down. Couldn't connect. It'll bring up 2nd down. Now Stroud. Quick throw out wide. It's caught. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on 3rd down. Stroud going to set up to throw. That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Levante David.
Those simple routes over the middle, Mike, well, to the quarterback, they're not always so simple. I'll tell you why. There's a lot of bodies in the middle of the field. There's a lot of traffic. Those windows are hard to navigate the ball through safely. So what happens? Well, you saw it there. It's a prime area for throws to be intercepted.
Lamounty's offense going to take over here in the final minute of this first half. The lead sits at 4, so they'll try to add on to that. This drive begins with 1st and 10. From the gun, it's Wilson. Samuel has it working the middle. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. Halftime is looming, so the athletic training staff going to get a chance to look him over during the break. 2nd down and 3. Shotgun snap and a give to White. And he's going to get it. 1st down, taking this one up past the 40-yard line.
This just shows why you can't count on just one guy to take him down. He's a powerful enough runner. You got to have guys coming in support when that first hit is made. It takes a team effort to stop him, especially once he gets going.
And he's down on the other side of midfield. Mark him at the 48-yard line. Set to go now on 1st and 10. They go play action now. Wilson. Back to the sideline and intercepted. Picked off by Quentin Lake. And he's going to be out of bounds, but quite a turn of events here. He has set up the offense with 1st and goal.
So often, Mike, defenders are just happy the ball ends up in his hands, but not this guy. I mean, the catch was one thing, but then the party really got started. I mean, look at this return. He gets one block. He gets another. He's got teammates springing him all over the field, and this offense is lucky this didn't go all the way back for a pick 6.
To throw is Stroud. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
For the most part, he's been very accurate with the ball. I mean, he's completing over 60% of his passes, but because they haven't been able to get any big explosive plays, continue to push the ball downfield, hasn't really translated on the scoreboard just yet. It's always a little bit of a letdown, Mike. You find yourself deep in the red zone and you have to settle for a short field goal like that. In this case, he's able to put it through, and they get 3.
This one is fielded in the end zone, but he will not bring it out. It's a touchback, and this drive will begin at the 30-yard line. On 1st and 10, it's Wilson. Throw downfield and hauled in by Samuel. And he's going to be taken down as time runs out on this first half of play.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. More from you and Greg in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where you see the final score there. Isaiah Pacheco. A touchdown run in the victory. This one's been all you could hope for as an NFL fan. Just a one-point game here at halftime. This has been as much fun as you could hope for with both these teams in it
ready to get back
win.
at it as we get back underway here on EA Sports. Here comes Hill on the return. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. The Mounties offense and C.D. Lamb set to take over once more. And he's been the go-to guy in this offense for the first half of the season. You can see it there. He's the NFL leader in touchdown receptions. They'll throw on first down with Wilson. Samuel brings this in along the sideline. Give him 14 on that play, one first down.
Really nice throw there. The ability to throw the ball out on the perimeter. Yes, arm strength and all of that, but it's also timing. The timing of the route. When is that wide receiver coming out of his break to deliver?
Mike McDonald, not a huge fan of that last call, and he will throw the challenge flag. At issue, was he able to stay in bounds? The NFL rules, you're looking for either 2 feet or a body part that is not a hand to be down with possession of the ball. No bobbling, the ball not moving around. He has control, so that's what the referee is looking at here. So the challenge is not successful, and that will cost them the first of their 3 timeouts for the half. They'll motion over Samuel. Play action. It's Wilson. That's into the hands of Lamb. They run with White. He'll try to get back to the line, but it's not happening. Gonna lose a yard. They'll look to pick this up, 3rd and a yard. Out of the gun, here's Russ. And he's going to have the first down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on 3rd down.
When you decide to throw the ball on 3rd and 1, typically, Mike, what you're doing is you start from the top down. If you have the big shot downfield, take it. If not, the quarterback works through his progression, finds the medium target, picks up a first down.
And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down.
Similar to a tight end, the slot receiver is often considered the safety blanket. He makes all the difficult catches, tends to be a little bit more around the line of scrimmage, and so far today, he's certainly lived up to that reputation.
Over the middle, that's the tight end, Bowers.
And you see the rookie tight end, Brock Bowers, pick up the first down. Mike, of all the tight ends that I've watched in college over the last, call it 10 years or so, I'm not sure if I've seen a more dynamic, ready for the NFL tight end than Brock Bowers. I mean, 2-time Mackey Award winner, 700-plus yards each of the last 3 seasons. He can get downfield. He can make tough catches. He can run with the ball after the catch. I mean, there's not a lot this guy can't do, and I think he's got a shot to be that next big-time young breakout rookie tight end.
Wilson will throw again. They'll get it to Bowers on the screen. And he's going to be taken down, but there's a penalty flag back in the backfield. Is it a hold, or did they rough the quarterback? So they come to the line for first down and 10. To throw again is Wilson. This one caught at the 4. And he's close to another first down as he's brought down just shy of the marker. Throwing again, Wilson.
You know, Mike, nice job here by the quarterback, just understanding on these early downs, you just don't want to go backwards. So he's able to avoid the negative play, pick up a little bit, and mostly avoid the sack.
He'll try to run with White, and he will fight his way to the end zone. Rashad White, touchdown Mounties. Taking care of business on the ground to get the score, and Greg, the big guys up front, they deserve some praise on that one.
Absolutely, Mike. And it really only takes one guy to distort the defense and win his block. But in this case, give credit to the entire unit. They did their job, and they reward their offense with a touchdown.
Makes the score Monkeys 14, Antlers 6. Jason Sanders.
After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. This will be returned from the 6. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The Antlers offense getting ready for their opening possession of this second half. The deficit is 8 as this drive begins with 1st and 10. They'll give it to Pollard to start this drive. He'll be brought down after a short pickup to about the 29. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8.
It's 2nd and 8.
Again, it's Pollard. Can he get away? No, he's taken down behind the line. Good job by the defense with a negative play. 3rd down and 9. From the gun, here's Stroud. That's into the hands of Gesicki. He's got it. And it'll be brought down as we tick towards the end of this 3rd quarter. So we are through 3. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Running here, it's Pollard. And the tackle's going to be made down at the 40-yard line.
This is one of those cases where having high-end speed in the backfield can be such a game changer. The offensive linemen don't need to hold their blocks quite as long. You give this guy a little bit of a crease, and man, he is gone.
They'll go back to Pollard on 1st down. They keep feeding him. 15 more on the ground. And another 1st down.
Starting to see it back right now, Mike, that's finding his way with this defense. Back-to-back big gains. Have to see, do they just continue to ride the hot hand, or do they start putting the ball in the air?
Inside the 10, it is caught. And he will score. Mike Evans. Touchdown, Antlers. Greg, how often do we say it's a one-possession game, but that's a 2-part story? Part 1 taken care of right there with the touchdown.
All right, Mike, so they go down and they get the all-important touchdown. But only half the time is this truly a 1-score game. They need this 2-point conversion here to tie it up.
Here we go now as we get set for a big 2-point conversion. They'll try and run right on the option. And he's going to go backwards on that one. They take him down back at the 6-yard line.
I love the zone read down here this close to the goal line. In this case, it's a 2-point try, but you're expecting the quarterback to make a little bit better decision with the ball. Read the defensive end. I think this is what they call a pull read. He's got to keep this ball himself. Ends up leading to a failed 2-point try.
So the lead is down to just 2 now in the 4th quarter as they kick it off. Isaiah McKenzie now to return. Across the 20, they'll mark him down before the 25-yard line. That's where the offense will take over. The Mounties offense starting to trot out for this next possession. The lead is 2, and they're going to try to make something happen here, starting with a 1st and 10. The drive begins with a run by White, and that'll be a pickup of 3. They'll go again with White. And they'll mark him down just shy of the 40.
Fourth quarter, you find yourself protecting a one-possession lead. It's a fine line, Mike, between do I keep the ball on the ground, continue to work the clock, or stay aggressive, try to extend this lead to a multiple possession game. That's the balance this play caller is dealing with right now. Well, not exactly breaking news here, Mike. They got speed on the perimeter that just not a lot of teams in the NFL have. So even though that ball falls incomplete, I think they have to continue to do it, continue to pressure this defense and make them defend the entire field. Because as they're worried about him running by them, there is a lot of space open underneath.
This crowd into it now as we get to 3rd down. Out of the gun, it's Wilson. Gets that one complete to his tight end, Bowers. And he's out of bounds, but they take it to the red zone inside the 20. It's a big play when they needed it the most. 41 yards.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big chunk pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone, and this is where you have to finish drives.
They'll motion over Samuel. Again, Wilson. There's that man again. Another catch. Here's a 2nd and 6. Now Russ. He'll find his running back, White. A pickup of 10, and it's going to set up 1st and goal. They send him right out of the slot. From the shotgun, Wilson. That one is caught in the back of the end zone. Curtis Samuel. Touchdown, Mounties. Greg, that's the way to handle it. Up 1, go down the field, get the touchdown, and extend the lead to 7.
Mike, the key for this offense is they were at their best when their best was needed. Being able to extend this lead late in the 4th quarter, they've got to be feeling pretty good about where things stand to close this game out.
Now, an important extra point here to maybe salt this one away. He's got it. And the Mounties will make it a 2-score game as they are now up 9. After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. Here comes a return from the 5. And this will work out quite well. He'll get it all the way out to the 30-yard line. The Antlers offense and C.J. Stroud ready to get to work once more. He had the touchdown pass earlier, adding to his season total. You get a look at the NFL leaders in touchdown passes to this point this season. On 1st down, it's Stroud. That taken in by Connor Hayward. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. So 2 minutes left to play in the 2nd half. Greg and I back on EA Sports after this. 2 timeouts still left, but scoring quickly here, a must. It's 1st and 10. They'll drop to throw. He'll look for Pollard out of the backfield. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple. It's complete to Evans. He had their lone touchdown of the game earlier, and he comes through with the catch and a first down in this spot.
That's good for First and 10 at the 35-yard
From the shotgun, C.J. Stroud. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up second and 5. That's out to the flat, and it's complete. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up third down.
It's a gain of 2. Brings up third and 3.
This is caught at the 2. And they're going to get this all the way down inside the 5. Now Stroud. And this is going to be a touchdown. Hold everything. They are not done yet.
Well, that was step 1. The offense did their job, get this thing back within 1 possession. So they're still alive, but now they've got to find a way to get a little bit of luck and find a way to get the ball back, and it's not going to be easy.
A one-score game late, and you figure they got to have this one as they'll try an onside kick.
With the rule changes on kickoff, Mike, it's just so hard to really expect to recover an onside kick nowadays. There's a lot of people pushing for kind of a radical change to this. Hey, can we make it 4th and 15? Offense gets the go. If they convert it, they keep the ball. I'm not sure that ever happens, but we can see here an onside kick, not much of a chance.
The Mounties offense and Russell Wilson set to take over once more. And he has been in control of this offense. Want to run you through some of the action from earlier on. You've got the 2 touchdown passes, over 200 passing yards. He has been excellent all game long. Victory formation, defense powerless to stop. And that should just about do it. Lost 1 on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. Victory formation here as he's down to a knee. So it's a win for our visitors. They're able to bounce back after a difficult loss a week ago, respond with a much better overall performance, and it culminates in a victory. So that'll just about do it for Greg Olson and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. With that, we say so long, everyone.
It's the NFL on EA Sports, and the question is, are you ready for some football? It's the Oilers and the Lumberjacks, and it comes your way next.
As the sun starts to set, we're going to see how much light is left by the end of this early evening game here on the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks for joining us, everyone. With my partner, Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. And like so many matchups in the NFL, Brock, our focus goes right to the quarterbacks in this one. Both of these guys, players who've been around the league now for some time, they've definitely established themselves as veterans who know how to win football games.
Yeah, I think the word of the day, Kate, is definitely experience. Two guys who've been through the season several times over, have seen a lot at this point in their career, and been through quite a bit on the field. All that experience is stored up there, right?
Ball is teed up. Chris Boswell to do the honors. And we're off from British Columbia. This one's fielded at the 4-yard line. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. They'll be led out by the 5th-year lefty out of Alabama, Tua Tagovailoa.
Tua's early career, yeah, it was known for injuries. One as available as you want in a top 10 pick. But the last few years, he's taken great strides to rewrite that narrative. Remember, this was a guy that rewrote the record books in Hawaii, won a national championship at Alabama, and nobody questioned the accuracy of that left arm. It was just the availability, well, that he's had to rewrite, and he's done a heck of a job.
From the 31. Caught by Theo Johnson. And he gets him around 6 there. Deshaun Elliott with that tackle. 1 yard, all that's needed. This is 3rd and inches. Going play action, Tagovailoa. That's caught for the first. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your 3rd downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
First down, here's Swift. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back, because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline in his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
It's complete to Hopkins. And he'll be brought down a step or 2 shy of midfield. They're going to mark him at the 48. They come to the line here. This is 3rd and 6. Back to throw. Here's Tagovailoa. He's got him. That's Swift. And he's going to get stopped right around the 45-yard line. That one gains 7. And it sets up first down.
This dude's just simply got a nose for the marker no matter how they get him the ball, Kate. Hand it to him, and he sniffs out that first down. Get it to him on a screen, and it's no different. He surges ahead and keeps this drive moving.
Connects with Johnson. And he goes out a little short of the 40.
Well, that's a pretty similar result to a first down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, and makes 2nd and 3rd down a whole lot easier to manage.
Tua off the play fake. That one complete to Hopkins. And he's going to be stopped at the 17-yard line. They got 24 yards on the play. And that gives them the first.
You know what I like about that, Kate? I like that they're not coming out slow. They're willing to go with some looks here that will yield big yardage down the field instead of just settling for dinking and dunking the ball.
First down from the red zone. He's on the move. He's stepping up, and he carries it in for the touchdown. The Lumberjacks finish up an excellent opening series. Tua Tagovailoa with the touchdown. Well, you couldn't ask for a better start to a game than that. The offense taking it all the way down the field and finishing with 6.
These opening drives, Kate, are such tone setters. It is why every offense loves to script their first 15 plays, right? Everybody knows what's coming. Allows you during the practice week to get into rhythm, but even better when you're that sharp, that crisp, and you finish off and get the early lead.
That one right down the middle. And the Lumberjacks will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Out to kick it away, here's Pinion. Deontay Hardy to return. And he manages the 35 before they can stop him. So here's their offense now to take over for the first time. They're led out by a motivated player coming off an injury, one of the game's great young QBs, Joe Burrow.
While we all love to talk about the quarterback, he really wasn't at the forefront of their win last week, Kate. Kind of took a step back and let some of his teammates shine. Yeah, he made a good mark with a touchdown pass, a bad mark with an interception. Welcome to life in the NFL as a quarterback. You know he wants to make a little more noise, elevate everybody else a little better, and he did a week ago.
It's a pickup of 14 yards as the chains reset.
I love throwing on first down, and when you see a first down pass just like that, it's taking advantage of a matchup you plan for, and you go out and execute.
First and 10 now. Here's Burrow. And he has it along the sideline, but he got a little too close to that edge. They're going to say he's out of bounds. We've got second down. No dice on that prior pass. Here's second down. Burrow setting up the play action. All in left side. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They pick up 20 yards there. And it sets up a Houston first.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on second down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about third down at all.
They've got first down from the 31. To throw again, it's Burrow. That's a catch for Nico Collins. And they've got him down near the red zone at the 22.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on first down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for second down. In the third and short in your back pocket, you can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
So before they get the snap away, we reach the end of the first quarter. 7-0 is our score. We'll get back to the action in just a moment. Welcome back. We're all set to start the second. Offense already out to resume its stride. They're advancing it well as they face second down. He's got it at the 6. And they'll advance this down to the 5-yard line. That's a pickup of 17 yards, partner, and it makes it first and goal. Working inside the red zone. Has it in close. And they'll get there and stop him at the line.
You know, I've learned over the years, defensively, they call that the camera club. How many different guys can get rallying to the football? So that last shot you see on camera, you see as many defenders keeping that to a 0-yard gain. That's well done defensively.
They've held him out twice. Here we go, third and goal. Right. And he gets in, touchdown. The Oilers finish off their opening drive. Jalen Wright with the touchdown. For the offense, you gotta love it, Brock. Points to begin the game as he runs it in for an opening drive touchdown.
And you've got one very happy running back right over there on the sideline right now. These backs, they do feel the pressure to find the end zone every single week. It's not easy to do. But to do it this early and get out of the way, big time.
Boswell gets that point after to go. And the Oilers respond with 7 of their own to tie it here early. Now Boswell on to send this away. Here's Kevontae Turpin on the return. He stopped on the return at the 27. The Lumberjacks are back on offense. Tua Tagovailoa out there once again. And that touchdown to begin the game, another for him with his legs this season. As you see, he's among the scoring leaders for quarterbacks. First down, here's Tua. Has his man, it's Swift. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down.
I call this quarterback's best friend. Some call it a safety valve, some call it automatic, but it's sure nice as a quarterback when you got a trusty running back over the middle of the field that you can depend on.
He's descended upon quickly and dropped after looks like a yard gain. Julian Love bringing that one to an end. Now after the run, we see some trainers headed out for an injured player who was shaken up. Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. One in behind center with Swift. And he'll get it up near the 38-yard line before going down. Give him 3 on that gain. And it'll give him a first down. New set of downs for him at the 38.
1st and 10 at the 38-yard line.
Throw reeled in by Hopkins. He gets forward, and that's about 4 yards. Tackled there by Jordan Lewis. 2nd and 6 coming up here.
2nd and 6 at the 42-yard line.
Out of the shotgun to give to Swift. He gets it ahead, winds up with about 3. Sent down by Cody Barton. 3rd and just 2 to go.
Brings up 3rd and 2.
A tight end in motion now. On 3rd down, here's Swift. And he's going to get stopped right around the 45-yard line. They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a first down.
First and 10 at the 45-yard line.
That's the 2-minute warning in what has been a defensive battle. It's the Lumberjacks who have 1st and 10. Tagovailoa now. Swift hauls it in. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss. 2nd and 13. Throw right side is caught by Hopkins. And he's brought down after pushing to that 35-yard line. Battle coming up on 3rd and inches. Shotgun snap now to Tagovailoa. And this time they're going to get there, and they drop him. And the defense comes through. That's going to back him up and bring up 4th down.
And look at that. All that effort and success from the previous play, it is gone. Credit to this defense who snapped and cleared. That's part of this game. You got to snap and clear. Give up a big play, come back and make a big one for yourself. And they do get home with that sack.
And his job's done, and it is a job well done. That punt fights deep into enemy territory, out of bounds at the 7. On 1st down, here's Burrow. And it's caught. This is Jalen Wright. It's a 21-yard gain. And it sets up a Houston first.
A gain of 21 yards. First down,
Out of the shotgun, Burrow. Catch made by All. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down. From the 31. Finds him over the middle. And he'll get it up near the 38-yard line before going down. Timeout taken by the offense. Their 2nd. 3rd and a lone yard coming up. Burrow out of the shotgun. That's caught for the first. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot. Just before halftime, we get a timeout taken. He'll throw it. And this time they're going to get there, and they drop him. that brings us to halftime, and these teams locked up on the scoreboard. It's a 7-7 ball game. Now from our neighbors to the north, we'll head back to the U.S. in Orlando. Got our EA Sports halftime report with Jonathan Coachman coming up.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. More from you and Brock in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here in what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. We thought this one would be a close battle coming in, and we have not been disappointed. They're all even to this point. This has the feeling of a game that could go right down to the wire. One mistake or one big play could turn out to be the difference.
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the third quarter. Hardy on the return. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. Now here's the Houston offense. They've got it first to begin the third. And they could take control in the second half early, Brock, if they break the tie on this opening drive. First down, Burrow to throw. Has the connection to Wright. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped. After a good pickup, they're set up with second and short. Wright running out of the gun. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
Kate, it's amazing how fast these guys are on the field and how fast your fortunes can turn. Second and short run, you're feeling good about yourself. But with a negative play, well, now comes a critical third down.
Third and short, it's Burrow. He'll get this complete to Mooney. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of third downs just like that.
From the 44-yard line now, first and 10. Burrow from the gun. Big catch is made, and he got the feet in too. He picks up 15 on the play. And it sets up a Houston first.
It was such a privilege for me to watch Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne in person in Indianapolis do their work. Darrell Jackson out in Seattle. They showed how great a deep out is as a chain-moving play. It's all about getting that leverage at the top of the route and then exploiting the leverage as that ball arrives on time downfield.
Has him on the quick hitter. And he's going to be brought down at the 23-yard line. They'll get 18 yards there. And it sets up a Houston first.
First down, Houston.
Throwing is Burrow. He completes it in traffic. And they get this down to the 12-yard line before being stopped. Up to the line, and they're set. First and 10. Wright gets it, headed right. And he's short of the first after a mile gain. Give him 4 that time, so 6 to go on second down. Looking to throw, Burrow. And he will score. It's a Houston touchdown. The Oilers take the lead right away in half number 2. All right, partner, what do you think? Was that a design read, or did he just see space and he was reacting more on the old quarterback instinct there?
Yes. I think yes on both of them, and that play happens so fast that it really is instincts on both sides.
Boswell to add the PAT. The point after splits the uprights. And the Oilers break that tie and now lead by 7.
Lumberjack 7.
Now Boswell on to send this away. Return coming from the 6. And this will give them decent field position. The return gets out to the 30. Now outruns their offense to take over. They've got a chance to tie this up here as they trail 14-7. 1st and 10 now from the 30. Here's Swift to start the drive. And he's into the front for a gain of about 2.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
They'll just huck this one into row C, and some lucky fan is going to haul in a heck of a souvenir. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Two now from the gun. Escapes the pocket. And they get to him as he was trying to make something happen. And the defense comes through to back him up ahead of 4th down. The punt team headed out now for the Lumberjacks. And he'll try to have his 2nd punt top his 1st one. Collects this at the 32. And he's brought down before the return gets far. The Oilers and Joe Burrow all set to take over. That one an impressive 57-yard kick. And they'll get ready to go on offense. 1st down, ball at the 36. Running behind center with Wright. Doesn't get much beyond the line, a yard at most. Something he does so well, Nick Bolton making the stop. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Burrow setting to throw. Short pass brought in. And that will not be enough for a 1st down. 3rd down, 1 yard to go. Here's a give for Wright. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away. Nothing for them there, maybe 1 yard. It's going to be 4th down. This is the end of the 3rd quarter. It's still just a 1-score game as we resume play in the 4th. Fourth down punt coming up. Ethan Evans out to do the honors. And this will be his 1st effort of the contest. So this one will go out of bounds, and they'll start the drive inside their own 30. Their offense ready to take the field now. They were only on the field for 3 plays their prior series, Brock. Let's see what changes they make to take over here. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Tagovailoa now working from the gun. Gets this to Johnson. And he's tackled after gaining a handful.
That is a textbook 1st down completion. Sets up 2nd and very manageable. It creates space to take that shot downfield.
Here's Swift on 2nd down. Blast through midfield. And he's down to the 42-yard line. It's a 23-yard pickup on the play. And they'll have 1st down.
No frills, nothing fancy. That was just a good old offensive line dominated in the trenches. And that sprung him to get to the 2nd level and beyond.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Going run again with Swift. And they take him down right along the 30. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12.
Offensive coordinators tell us all the time, big runs only happen with coordinated efforts. Great blocking to spring them. Guys hitting blocks downfield, and a back who can show off his wheels.
Throw secured by George Pickett. rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets him up with 1st and goal.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
They can decide to play for the tie or win later. First, they've got to reach that end zone. It's 1st and goal. From the red zone now. And it's caught. Touchdown! The Lumberjacks now trailed by just a point in the 4th. George Pickens the touchdown. So they punch it in for 6, Brock, and now a conversion away from tying this game back up.
This one just has the feel, doesn't it? The makings of a one-score game in the 4th quarter that could go either way.
So a chance to tie it up again here in the 4th. The kick is good, so this game now hinging on every possession as we're tied up in the 4th. Out to kick it away, here's Pinion. Hardy on the return. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. The Houston offense out and ready to set up shop. They'll get this drive started, 1st and 10. Now they'll throw out of the gun. That's going to be caught by all. And he'll take it up to the 30 before being brought down.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, you just find a way to get him the ball.
And he's tackled with a 1st down yardage.
I'm not kidding you, Kate. A run of that length at the NFL level, honestly, is the equivalent of a run of 15-plus at the high school level. It's hard in the run game to make yards, and they just got a very successful one.
And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
That's got to be so frustrating for the runner. You're fighting the good fight. You even rip through a tackle to stay afloat, but the blocking can't buy you enough time or room to even get back to the line of scrimmage.
And he's got a modest gain up to the 41-yard line. They get about 4 there, need a little more than that now on 3rd and 6. Man in motion here. Back to throw it. Looking for a target.
And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed, Kate. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. And that sure altered the throw.
And he gets him 1 as we've come up to the 2-minute warning. Offense ready to begin this drive, 1st and 10. Here he is to throw. He's got him, that's Swift. And he's going to get this up to the 26 before being taken down. Hurry up offense now as time runs down. Put some power on a deep one. He's got it deep downfield. And he has it to the 42 before they make the stop. Signals, and looks like we've got a timeout before that 1st down play. And they can take a moment to try to build more momentum after getting that first. He'll look to throw it. Gets this one to Tyler Algier. Pick up a few as he heads out of bounds.
Kate, I don't know why every once in a while I'll get these little flashbacks, but a little play like that just flashes me back to the preseason, my first preseason. When one of the veteran QBs said, hey, Brock, whatever you do, just find completions. You will never go broke taking a profit. Go get a completion. They're at a premium in this league.
The defense calls a timeout. That's their first. All set up now for 1st and 10. They run the counter with Swift. It is charged towards the line. It's right around 3 yards. Timeout taken by the defense. They're second. 2nd down now, 7 to go. Staying grounded with Swift. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Chance to move the chains here on 3rd and 4. Running with Swift out of the gun. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. It's only 2 on the pickup, and it's an interesting call for them now on 4th down. Important moment as they turn to Greg Zuerlein. Ball on the right hash for this 36-yard look. That one is good! And they're going to take the lead inside the final minute.
I know that was a kick he could make in his sleep, but with the game on the line, he delivered.
Now to kick it away, here's Pinion. From a couple yards deep, this is going to come out. And this drive will start inside the 25. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Back to throw. And he just hucks this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw or force something. It brings up 2nd down. Setting up to pass. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And it brings up 3rd down.
You really want those throws to be like clockwork for your offense. Every team needs to hit passes in that short to intermediate range to effectively move the ball.
A bit of desperation on this deep shot. And this one falls incomplete. No miracles on the final drive today. This game is over. So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with the win. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with a victory. So for Brock Eward, our incredible crew, everybody here at EA Sports, I'm Kate Scott signing off. We'll see you next time. It's a win for the Lumberjacks, and we'll see you next time from Vancouver.
It's Week 8 of the National Football League. And we'll get a look here at Caleb Williams. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Monarchs and the Black Knights on Sunday night primetime.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League finds us down under in the beachside city of Melbourne, Australia. Alongside my broadcast partner, Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, think about this Melbourne club entering play. The losers their last time out, so they'll look to make amends here.
And one of the best ways you can do that is to be at home, and they are. They're going to try and ride that home crowd and that wave of emotion to a victory in this one.
Meanwhile, for the visiting Londoners, they were winners last time out, so they'll be looking, Charles, to make it 2 in a row.
And what I enjoyed when I watched their game tape and their victory last week is they put it together in every phase. Good.
Lurching closer toward the midway point of this NFL season, and we're underway on EA Sports. And he'll get it up past the 20 to about the 22. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by their rookie quarterback, the latest in a long line of NFL QBs from USC.
And last week, that was one of those games that he just wants to erase from his memory banks, but I'll guarantee his coaching staff won't let him do it. They're going to make him learn from it. He really looked like a rookie quarterback in that one. He's going to have those kind of outings in year one, but the big question, what does he take away from them, and how does he improve? It starts right here in this game.
A gain of 8 there on the play, and that'll bring up a second down in just a couple. A first carry for the All-Pro running back, it's Josh Jacobs. And he'll get it up to the 33-yard line. 2 yards, good enough for a first. Throwing is Williams. Going underneath, he's got Hawkinson. And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory. That's good for a first down, his second catch of the opening drive.
And what a nice example there of a tight end doing exactly what he needs to do. How about how he worked his way to the outside, made sure he secured the catch, and then anything after that, we count that as a bonus. And indeed, he gets enough for the first down.
Here's Williams. That finds the former Raven, Devin Duvernay. And they'll get him down as he's inside the 40. So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38.
First and 10 at the 38-yard line.
Working out of the gun, Williams. Right back to Duvernay. That's complete. And he's going to get this inside the 30. To the air once more, Williams. Oh, what a read on the outside as it's intercepted. There he goes, left side. And he will take this one home. It's a touchdown. So just a tremendous play there defensively on this opening drive, not just to make the interception, but to take it all the way home.
And it felt like this was a defense that was on its heels a bit to start this thing off.
Yeah, they pretty much let the other guys march right down the field until that moment.
Yeah, key play there, turned it all around. Big moment.
Evan McPherson for the extra point. And it's good to make it 7-0. A heck of a play there defensively, getting the interception, navigating his way into the end zone for the touchdown. 7-0 is our score, ready for the dynamic kickoff as this one's away. And a good return as he'll be stopped just shy of the 30-yard line. The Monarchs offense led by their running back headed out for the second possession. And they've used him quite a bit in the passing game as you take a look at the NFL leaders in receiving yards by a running back, and he's right there in the mix. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And they have the game here followed by the open date on the calendar next weekend. And Charles, this is a crew that you have to think really is relishing the opportunity to be on the couch for a few days.
Yeah, they certainly are, but let's face it, partner. They can't get caught looking ahead to that couch time while they're playing this one. They've got to take care of business first.
Chalk that up as a 4-yard loss, and now it's 3rd down.
We all have habits. We can be somewhat predictable, and you know me pretty well on 2nd down and short. What I like to see.
Play action.
Yeah, without a doubt. I thought that was a great spot to call it. Instead, didn't go their way, did it?
Now, defense sold out for the run. Worked out well. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. Give him 6 yards, and they do convert on 3rd. Here's Jacobs on 1st and 10. And he is going to lose yardage here. It was Daniil Hunter to make the play in the backfield.
Part of their struggles last week was getting these negative plays on 1st and 2nd down. That's something they have to be wary of as this game continues.
From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. And he's dropped right at the 40. Gain of 3. When you look at this defense, they're a tough unit to throw against. Currently 4th toughest in the NFL.
And I'm struggling a little bit trying to really categorize this crew. They're top 10 in the league against the pass, but the bottom half of the league in sacking the quarterback. That doesn't make sense. Imagine if this group ever put pressure on the QB, it'd easily move into the top 5. Looks like a second empty possession to start the game, and certainly not the way you want to start when you're coming off of a loss last week. Every team talks about starting fast. They're hoping on their next possession, it can be a delayed fast start and get them going.
And that one hits at the 7, but bounds into the end zone, and that'll be a touchback. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. And they will be led out by their 2nd-year quarterback.
And you've got to think that they've got to be feeling pretty fresh. You know, coming off of the open week, didn't have to play, right? Gives them a chance to rest up a little bit, heal some of those aches and pains, and excited about playing again. That really rekindles things a little bit. I want to see how they come out and establish themselves here early.
And that bye week coming right where they want it in the middle of the schedule. Now he's free at the 35. He may go. And he gets into the end zone for the touchdown. De'Ami Brown, his 4th touchdown on the year. And the Black Knights are able to strike quickly to add on to their lead. A nice throw there by the 2nd-year quarterback.
And I don't believe that was the kind of play he would have made as a rookie, because usually your rookie season is a continuation of your college days. A lot of one read, and if you don't have it, you just take off and go. Now he's settled in the pocket a little bit more, reading the field and getting to a 2nd and sometimes 3rd progression. That was a nice play.
Extra point by McPherson, up and good, and it's now 14-0. Those are the ones the offensive coordinators dream about. One-play drives from that distance. What an effort. It results in the touchdown. And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. Well, partner, fast forward with me for a second. Remember, next week they have the open week, so they're going to get some extended rest. Does that change how they manage the rest of this one?
I think it does a little bit, but not by too much, because you're right. You get the extra rest, you get a chance to heal up and kind of, you know, do a little bit of a reset for this team. But it's also 7 extra days to think back to the last time you were on the field. So now, a little more importance on what they're getting done, because they carry it with them for essentially 2 weeks.
Second quarter now, and it's our home team with possession, as they're looking at a 2nd down and 9 to go. That's caught. It's Josh Downs. They'll go for a gain of 7. And now 2 yards to go on 3rd down. They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. Trying to run for it with Jacobs. And he's taken down at the 43, but not before picking up the first. 5 yards is the pickup there as that extends this drive.
First down. First and 10 at the 43-yard line.
To throw, Williams. And that is incomplete.
With a rookie quarterback out there, you're definitely going to find out how he handles adversity, because this one so far hasn't gone according to plan. He's got to fight through it and show him what he's made of.
Now a toss to the left for Jacobs. And give him about 5 as he gets this up to the 48-yard line.
I know the toss play begins with the guy taking the snap and turning around and tossing it to the runner. But where the real intrigue is, can they seal the edge, whether it's an offensive tackle or a tight end in the direction they want to run the football? If they do that, that's the result that you get, that type of a gain. If they don't, oftentimes it's not a very successful play.
On 4th down, Matt Ariza sent on to punt. And this is a beauty as that ball's going to angle out at the 6-yard line. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. Well, partner, you know, coaches always say that every play is designed to score a touchdown. Sometimes that's not really true, but last drive, that was the case. One play to get into the end zone, and now they'll try to duplicate that success here.
And it's rare for those moments to happen. Incredible when they do.
And he's going to go down. He backed up into the end zone, and this is going to wind up a safety. Well, I think you can go ahead and give your punter an assist on that one. Pinned him deep, and the defense comes through with 2 points.
You're exactly right, partner. This was all set up by a great punt, and if the ball goes in the end zone, this never happens. So great call. Give the punt team and the punter some love.
So a free kick situation forthcoming from the 20 as they'll punt this one away. Taken in at the 11. Melbourne ready to go again on offense. And they dipped a game below 500 following the loss last week. And you get the sense that maybe this team's at a little bit of a crossroads here.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it, because what's that old malaprop? If you come to a fork in the road, take it. Because this crew, they're losing ground fast. They've got to start winning some ball games. And the good teams, they're starting to separate themselves, and these guys are being left behind.
To the air, Williams. And that falls to the ground, incomplete. A nice job of bodying him up defensively. And now it brings up 3rd down.
And 9 yards to go.
Looking to throw is Williams. Pressure comes and down he goes. Quincy Williams worked his way back for that sack. A rookie QB struggling, gets thrown down to the ground there. But, you know, maybe this game, it's not over yet, but maybe this game can be a learning experience for him.
So many different things that he has to pick up on. When to go ahead and flush from the pocket and run. When to get rid of the football, not take the sack. When to just go ahead and go down early and make sure you don't fumble the football. So many things that he has to learn. This game starts the process.
We'll call that a 49-yard punt with a return of just 2. And they will take over 1st and 10. They'll run. This is Darrell Henderson. And he'll scratch out only about a yard up to the 32.
No doubt about it. A really nice job there by the defense, not allowing him to get to the perimeter. But that means your defensive ends, your outside linebackers, the guys that you pay big money to sack the quarterback, they also have to have interest in the running game as well. And they did a nice job there of holding the point of attack and not giving ground.
Two minutes remaining in this first half of football. Now it's Richardson. Pass to the sideline and pulled in. And he's able to get this one out closer to midfield across the 45. He gets 7 out of it, and he also gets a first. Back to throw. Here's Richardson. A little short pass here taken in by Laporta. So 5 yards here, 5 on the play. And that'll make it 2nd down. Here's Richardson to throw. And that's going to be caught downfield by Slayton. And he will take this one in for a touchdown. Darius Slayton, 49 yards. And the Black Knights are able to extend their lead. Well, Charles, he's still a young signal caller in this league, second year in the NFL. But I don't know if last year as a rookie, if he would have worked through his progressions like he did on that touchdown pass.
I think you're right about that. We're seeing him grow up right in front of our eyes because when he went to his primary read, he recognized that they were all over that, so he continued to survey the field, picked up another target, delivered a pass exactly where it needed to be. A very mature play for the second-year quarterback.
Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes. And he'll go down as this drive will start at the 25-yard line. Melbourne ready to go again on offense. And right now these guys, they're shuffling a little bit, maybe doubting, because 3 straight drives have ended with them punting the football away.
Yeah, so you start pointing fingers at each other a little bit, asking a lot of questions. What are you seeing? What are you getting? Maybe trying to narrow down your playbook a little bit and maybe get simpler rather than more complex in order to try and fashion together a drive.
And he just gets rid of it, throws it away. The wise move there, looked like nobody open, now second down. So following the incompletion, here's 2nd and 10 from the 25. They'll bring a receiver in motion right. To throw, it's Williams. The left side caught by Diggs. And he'll be out of bounds across the 30-yard line. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1. Operating from the gun, Williams. He's got his target. That's complete. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. In motion goes the tight end. To throw once more, here's Williams. Going underneath, he's got Hockenson. And down he goes at the 49, a 3-yard pickup. Back to throw again. Open man is Duvernay. He'll be taken down at the 48 for a pickup of 2 yards. Williams from the gun on 3rd down. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he gets this one inside the 15, just a yard or 2 shy of the 10. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. In motion, the tight end. From the gun, here's Williams. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 10.
From the shotgun, a throw for Williams. And it's caught. Touchdown. T.J. Hockenson, his first touchdown on the year. And the Monarchs get a late score here, the final minute of the first half. Well, with this rookie QB, we talk a lot about his ball placement and how good he can be at laying it right in there. I think we just saw, Charles, though, the strength of that arm. That was an absolute rifle for the completed touchdown.
It absolutely was, and let's face it, you think he was really ready to get that first touchdown? Absolutely. He threw that pass with authority, just as you described. Big-time arm right there, and let's face it, a lot of quarterbacks used to be pitchers in baseball. The fastball was usually their best pitch, and we saw it there.
And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line. One more go for this offense in the first half. Already enjoying a 2-score lead here late in the second quarter. Not a ton of time left. We'll see if they can work this at least into field goal range and try to get 3 to add on even more to their lead.
Well, that's what you're looking for when you want to throw the ball downfield. You want one of those guys who can play out on the perimeter, can play out wide, who can not only get open, but when they're covered, can uncover themselves downfield and create catches.
It's caught at the 10. And he's able to get this way down deep into enemy territory. So we come upon halftime in what's a 12-point game at the break. As we send you to Orlando to check in with Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach?
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to our EA Sports Halftime Report. Let's get you caught up on what's going on around the NFL. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where you see the final score there. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. This has certainly been a fun one to watch so far. We knew this was going to be a battle, and we have not been disappointed. This is the kind of game that could wind up hinging on which side can play mistake-free football the rest of the way.
All right, Coach, thank you, and we welcome everyone back for quarter number 3. Both teams appear ready for the fight ahead, and we resume action here in quarter number 3. And they will wrangle him down a couple yards shy of the 30. The Black Knights offense and Anthony Richardson ready for this next possession. And as we show you some of the highlights from earlier, he has been instrumental in getting his guys the lead as he looks to finish strong and close this one out. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. As this offense takes the field to begin the opening drive of the second half, Charles, remember in that first half, good through the air and really all around an outstanding offensive performance.
Absolutely. They reached the end zone several times. The passing game working awfully well, and most importantly, partner,
yeah, they went into the tunnel with a lead. They come back out with that lead.
Absolutely. NFL coaches, we know they're perfectionists in a lot of ways, but they had to like what they saw in that first half.
Richardson working from the gun. This will be a gain of about 8 to the 27-yard line.
One thing you're hoping for when you run drag routes, you're able to hit a receiver in stride, and he can pick up a lot of yardage after the catch. But in this situation, the defense was effective, able to stop him before he could get a good head of steam going. So many times when we talk about coverage, we're just about a defender running with a receiver, but a big part of it is understanding where the football is, finding it. In this case, when it arrived, it wasn't a surprise, and he was able to bat it away.
They'll run the screen with Mitchell. And he gets this one just shy of the 40. They'll mark him down at the 39. And 12 yards that time and picking up the first.
And when you have success throwing the football, the old cliche becomes true. The playbook opens up wide. And these screen passes, they become even more difficult to stop.
So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10. A shotgun handoff to Mitchell. And some good acceleration there as he's across midfield to the 48-yard line. Another nice gain, 13 yards that time, and another first down. Now Richardson. And that one into the hands of Brown downfield. And all the way inside the 15 before they drop him. It's a gain of 34.
There's no doubt in my mind that not many guys in this league have had the impact that he's had here in the first half of the season. He's been a big play guy from the word go and continues to be one with another one right there.
So how about this for field position after the big play? Inside the 15 now as they come up on 1st and 10. Up the middle, here's Mitchell. And stopped a few yards shy of the goal line at the 3. And the gain here to the previous play, and it's better than 40 yards total.
Brandon, I think you and I were both raised the same way in the game of football. You run to set up the pass, but I think we've discovered in this NFL, a lot of teams pass to set up the run.
Under pressure, down he goes. Sacked at the 10. Myles Garrett, he's the one to get him, and that is sack number 7 for him on the year. They've been in the red zone 3 times in this game and have not scored a single point. Can they break through here on 2nd and goal? Richardson on the bootleg here. And he'll take it into the end zone for a touchdown. Anthony Richardson, his 3rd touchdown of the game, number 11 on the year. And the Black Knights take the opening kickoff of the 3rd quarter and drive right down the field to extend their lead.
That drive that really increased their cushion felt very military to me. Very precise, methodical, that's one of the words you've taught me. And they just got it done.
And slowly but surely now starting to pull away a little bit. Things looking good for them here in the 3rd quarter.
Not only pulling away, you mentioned that slowly but surely, you also drain clock too with a drive like that. So you really give yourself an advantage.
And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the 2nd half. And they'll begin here with a run by Brown. A short gain here, maybe a yard to the 29.
Well, it's time for them to be good teammates right here. And what I mean by that is possess the ball for a little while. Get at least 2 first downs. Give their defense a chance to settle down a little bit after they give up a touchdown.
And he'll scratch out a yard up to the 30, and that's all. That ground game contained again there, Charles, and that's really a big reason that they're trailing right now.
And give a lot of credit to that defensive front. That's exactly what they worked for all week, to try and take away the run game, make them one-dimensional. In the battle of game plans, theirs has been superior.
Oh, he had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete.
You get the sense that they're saying we're not playing up to what we're capable of, and we're deep enough into the game that the early jitters are long gone, that they should now have some sense of continuity and be able to make some of these plays that they have not been doing so far.
And now this offense comes back out onto the field. And as we look back at how we got here, you'll notice a common theme in these highlights. A lot of yardage through the air. The passing game has been sharp right from the outset. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And now you've got the clock winding down here in the 3rd quarter. Your 3 scores to the good. What's your approach on this drive?
Too early to fully commit to playing the clock game. Yet at the same time, you're also not going pell-mell like you would in 2-minute offense. This is what NFL offenses call 4-minute football. Take the clock out of the game a little bit, wind it down, but at the same time, keep advancing the ball down the field.
Now they show jet sweep, but instead a run up the middle here. And tackled down after a gain of 3. Leaves him with 1 yard to go on 3rd down. 3rd down and 1. Richardson looking to throw this. A little short pass here taken in by Laporta. So no gain on the play. And that'll bring up 4th down. And on now is the punter. And the way this offense has moved the ball, he hasn't been needed till here in the 3rd. Fair catch called for and made at the 16 or maybe the 17-yard line. 1 quarter remains here on a Sunday night. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports, as it looks like we are just about set and ready to begin with the 4th. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And just looking ahead, it would appear that that bye week is coming at the right time. They'll have 2 weeks to chew on this one, though probably not one that they want to chew on. A poor performance from start to finish. And they're going to get this beyond the 40 before he's taken down. The extra effort after the catch makes it good for a gain of 26 and also a 1st down.
First and 10 at the 43-yard line.
Throwing is Williams. He's got the hook up with Diggs. And they'll get him down as he's inside the 40. So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. Here's Williams. Another target for Stephon Diggs, and he brings it in. And this time not quite to the 30. It'll be down at the 31-yard line. Now 2nd and 3. Williams going to look to throw again. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. The escapability in evidence there as that one good for 15 and a first.
That's another.
They will run out of the gun with Jacobs. Able to push his way through. And he'll be out of bounds, taking it just shy of the 10 at the 11 or the 12. Now a 2nd and 6.
2nd and 6.
They'll stay on the ground with Jacobs. And they corral him just a couple yards shy of the end zone. 1st and goal, and they got to be thinking a chance to get right back into this foot. Under pressure now, and he's going to go down. Sacked back around the 8. It's 2nd and goal, back to the 8-yard line now. Oh, hit as he throws there, incomplete. Devin Duvernay, the intended receiver, but now it's 3rd and goal. They'll look to throw for it with Williams. Touchdown! Devin Duvernay from 8 yards out. And the Monarchs have got it back to a 2-score game here in the 4th. So a little bit of a letdown there defensively. I mean, look, you're still 2 scores to the good, CD, but things may be a little more uncomfortable than they had hoped.
Yeah, if you'd kept them out of the end zone there, this game's over. You've locked the door on them. Instead, it's still open a little bit, and they've got a puncher's chance.
Extra point by Seibert, up and good. And they're able to cut this deficit down to 12. 2 scores down, 3 timeouts left. Still a chance if they can somehow get this one back. And the hands team does its job. They're able to secure it. The risk reward of the onside kick. When you don't get it, the risk comes out to play, and here they gave up great field position.
And that's the key to everything, because you're trying your best to press advantages when you have them, and field position leads you to that type of play calling, and whether you want to blitz or whether you want to throw the ball deep, those types of things. Now that they've given up that type of field position, the advantage is switched to their opponent.
First down, here's Mitchell. And he'll work this forward for about 3 at 2nd down.
And for the defense, this is a spot where you don't want to totally sell out to stop the run, but you do have a pretty good idea of what you're going to see. And that's good work right there to keep them in check on that 1st down carry.
Right back to Mitchell on 2nd down. And he'll be taken down after a short gain as that takes us to the 2-minute warning. So it's our visitors with a football as we get you reset. They've got a 3rd down now as they look for one more 1st down to help salt this one away. Richardson looking to throw. That'll be caught by Hill. And now we'll see a timeout used on defense as they stop it right out of the break with 1:57 to go in the ball game. So they'll come up 1st and 10 now from the 33. A give running right is Mitchell. And some strong running there as he's down just shy of the 20 on the edge of the red zone. And they run the option here on 1st and 10. Now the defense will burn their 3rd and final timeout as they'll talk things over prior to this upcoming 2nd down play. Up the middle, here's Henderson. And he stopped immediately there. No gain on the play there, so that doesn't help. Now they're looking up at a 3rd and 9 situation. They run over center with Mitchell. And he's going to be taken down short of the first, right around the 15-yard line. Call it a gain of 5. 4th down now. On for the field goal now is Evan McPherson. This from 32 yards away. McPherson's kick is good, and that will extend their lead even further. So that not just important in the fact that it widens their lead, but really that was a textbook job of just hanging on to the football.
And we know all the time that coaches talk about time of possession. Sometimes it's a stat that doesn't matter much, but in this drive, it matters a lot. They want to reduce time and score points and lock this game down.
Solid return, pretty good field position. They'll start at the 32. Melbourne's offense back out on the field now. What do you do here down like this in this situation? Do you maybe just pick something out of the playbook you haven't called in a while, or you call it a day?
You can do that, or you pick something that's a staple for you and should work better and try and execute that on the way out the door and maybe get back to base and feel a little bit better as you end a ball game that's been a frustrating one for you.
Yeah, we'll see if they go back to base. Play action. Now Williams. Pass complete. It's Hockenson. And he'll be out of bounds, but able to get it up past the 45. This is 1st and 10. To the air. Williams. Forced out to his left. And he goes out of bounds. It looks like right at the 50.
I did like his decision-making there to make sure they picked up something instead of forcing a throw. Now they got more manageable play coming up to try and pick up the 1st down. And don't rule out the possibility that he just keeps it and runs again.
And this is intercepted, but they'll say out of bounds. Oh, very close to a turnover there in the end zone. So the game will continue for at least one more play.
Cannot finish a game on a defensive penalty. That's why they get one more untimed attempt.
And that will be incomplete. They were going for a consolation TD, but it was not to be. And time has run out now on this game. So it's our visitors that come away with a victory here. And it was thanks in large part to the play of their second-year quarterback.
Yeah, he did a little bit of everything, didn't he? He had 2 touchdown passes through the air, another one on the ground, and that defense, they really had no answer for many of their drives.
So for the Londoners, it may not be too late to salvage their season as the win moves them to 2-5 now on the year. And they'll get another road date next week. Meanwhile, for Melbourne, they fall 2 games under 500 now at 3-5. And they'll take this loss into the bye as they'll be back in action in Week 10. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Alongside Charles Davis, we thank our entire crew. I'm Brandon Gaudin. This is the NFL on EA Sports.